A very warm good morning to one and all. Welcome to the Centenary Memorial English Elocution National Level Online Competition conducted for college students. The Emissary of Light, St. Thomas College Autonomous Thrissur, was founded by the great emissary, Reverend Dr. Adolphus Edwin Medlicott, in 1889. It was built on firm foundations of knowledge and emancipatory principles. To celebrate its centennial glories, the Research Department of English had organized a national level elocution competition in January 2019. Encouraged by its success, the department proceeds to conduct the third installment of the elocution competition on Saturday, March 20th, 2021, at St. Thomas College Autonomous Thrissur. The competition offers remarkable prizes for the winners. The first prize is rupees 10,000 with a plaque. The second prize includes rupees 5,000 with a plaque. The third prize is rupees 3,000 with a plaque. And there are also consolation prizes for 10 of the outstanding participants. We now move on to the official program. First, I'd like to welcome Dr. Anto Thomas, Head of the Department of English Department, for the welcome address.
Good morning, everyone. Respected Principal Dr. Joy K.L, eminent and esteemed members of the jury panel, Professor Christeena Tijos, the coordinator of this national elocution competition, Reverend Father Dr. Martin Columbus, the Vice Principal of the college, and the bursar, my dear members of the faculty, our beloved guests, the participants to this competition, and my dear students who are online and offline listening to this elocution competition. The Department of English of St. Thomas College Autonomous Thrissur proudly organizes this national level Centenary Memorial English Elocution Competition. And we consider it as one of the most prestigious programs organized by our department. I have always thought of why rhetoric and elocution competitions were relevant in the Western history of education. Definitely, there are several reasons why training in speaking was considered as one of the foremost qualities required for a university student. Definitely, it leads to lucidity in thought, felicity of expressions, mastery in pronunciation, and besides all these, nobility in posture that is required while speaking, and overall, a general confidence that the person finally develops. We, the faculty, the students of the Department of English, is once again proud to host this national elocution competition, and the duty that is vested upon me is to welcome all the eminent dignitaries. First of all, I would like to welcome Dr. Joy K.L, the principal of our college, who has kindly consented to inaugurate this national level elocution competition. Our principal has been the guiding spirit, the inspiration behind all the activities that the Department of English hosts during this semester and during the last 2 years of his tenure as the principal. Dear sir, on of the organizers of this national level elocution competition, I would like to wholeheartedly welcome you online for your inaugural speech, as well as for addressing all the participants of this competition. A hearty welcome to you, sir. Next, I would like to offer a warm welcome to the jury panel. We are extremely pleased to have our eminent professor emeritus, Dr. John E.D., to be one of the members of the jury panel. He is a person with 30 or so years of experience in teaching English language, its pronunciation, and he is one of the befitting persons that we can easily find available to help us when we organize such eminent programs in the department. A hearty welcome to you, sir. Now, I would like to welcome Professor Maya Devi Chaliseri from Vimala Autonomous College, Thrissur. She is also an equally efficient professor of English who has mastered the phonetics and the linguistics and other areas of importance in speaking in public, and she has consented to be here at St. Thomas College to be with us to monitor the level of performance of the students who participate in this program. On behalf of the Department of English and St. Thomas College, we render to you a warm welcome. Now, I would like to welcome Professor Jason Jones from St. Aloysius College, Thrissur. Professor Jason is also a genius, and he is a creative writer too. I'm very happy that Professor Christeena, the organizer, has been able to identify strong members to the jury panel so that they will definitely judge this online national level elocution competition with utmost judicious level of their panel of observation. So, on behalf of St. Thomas College and the Department of English, we very lovingly welcome you, sir, to this jury. Now, I would like to welcome Reverend Father Dr. Martin Columbus online. Reverend Father Martin is the Vice Principal and the Bursar of this college. We, the members of the Department of English, we owe gratitude to the management for the fiscal assistance we receive for the prize distributions in this national level competition. We are grateful to the support that Reverend Father Martin Columbus and the management bestows upon the department. A hearty welcome to you, Father. My next duty is to welcome the coordinator, Professor Christeena T. Jose. She has willingly taken up this duty to organize the national level elocution competition, and I think she has scored a triple. This is the third time that that she has been organizing this program. While on behalf of the department, I appreciate and thank her. I would like to welcome you, ma'am, to this program. Now, I'm also happy that the fourth semester MA English students are there to assist Professor Christeena, the class tutor, to conduct this program. A hearty welcome to them to this online program as they assess math. Now, the most important guests of today are the students who participate in this competition. On behalf of the organizers, I wish all of them all the best so that they can make their performances with confidence, strive to be perfect. There may be instances when you had to gather some trifles, and trifles make perfection, but perfection is not a trifle. And this is the occasion when you come forward to prove your mettle. We welcome you all aboard to this online competition. I also would like to welcome all our students who are earnestly listening to the competition. This is a chance for our students to be trained in performing in public speech. Please do learn from the good examples that these eminent students from the national level perform. Once again, a hearty welcome to everyone. Have a good day. Thank you.
Okay, warm good morning to all. Head of the department, Dr.Anto Thomas C, Vice Principal Reverend Dr. Martin Columbrath, Assistant Professor Christeena T. Jose, the coordinator of the Centenary Memorial National English Elocution, respected jury members, faculty members, dear colleagues, participants, and dear students. What one has in mind need to be communicated so as to fulfill the social purpose of sharing and acceptance. But ideas can be properly given only if the communication is done perfectly. And training in communication is to be received during studenthood itself. Proper training naturally leads to the sublimation of communication. Elocution is an art which helps all of us to be good public performers. It is highly appreciable a task by the Department of English to discover the artists in public speech and acknowledge their talents and gifts. I am glad to congratulate everyone related to this task and wish every participant all the best. Congratulating every winner in anticipation and expressing sincere gratitude, gladly, with the permission of all, let me declare the competition open. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Respected dignitaries, contestants, faculty, and my dear students, a warm good morning to all. To celebrate our college's centennial glories, the Research Department of English had organized a national level English elocution competition way back in January 2019. And encouraged by its success, today we are holding the third edition of the competition. It was in fact only in the fag end of February that we decided to have the competition this year. Owing to the pandemic, we were a little apprehensive of the response that we would receive. And we started to send out the brochures only in the beginning of March 2021. And this is indeed an incredible experience to host the event today. So let me take this opportunity to thank all who had shared the burden of work in organizing this competition today. I remember with gratitude the blessings showered by the management of our illustrious institution to conduct the competition. I'm enormously indebted to our principal, Dr.Joy K.L, for his constant encouragement and support. May I also thank our beloved HOD, Dr.Anto Thomas, and all my colleagues at the department for guiding us throughout the course of the program. I'm extremely happy to have shared the responsibilities with my co-coordinator, Dr. Stishin Kundukulam. He was generously attentive to all the details, and that gave a different plane to our plans. I'm truly moved to have got the responses from about 50 contestants from about Kerala, Andhra Pradesh, Karnataka, and we have friends from Maharashtra. So actually, it's your presence that makes the event remarkable. So thanks for your response. I'm also ever thankful to my postgraduate students who had rendered immense help in staging the event. Hats off to you, friends. I'm humbled by the kind hands that made the event possible in such a short span of time. So thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Sorry for that short interruption. I'll go on with the guidelines once again. The participants have been given a link to access the competition. Please make sure that you access the link 15 minutes prior to your allotted time. Another thing is that the participants must remember to keep their audio muted when other contestants are presenting their topic. You have to switch on your audio and the video when you're presenting it. And remember to go through the Excel file sent to you through your mail to find the allotted time for each participants. You have to present the topic in 5 minutes. A warning bell would be rung when your time is up. You have to finish your performance in another minute. If you exceed, you will be deemed disqualified. Please adhere to the guidelines provided to you. Thank you.
Good morning, contestants. I hope the first contestant is here on live. So I request the first contestant to start her presentation. Rohini? Yes.
Yes.
Your time starts now.
Good morning to everyone and warm greetings to respected teachers and all the dignitaries present in the session. To present today's topic, disasters and crises bring about the best in us. It has been my philosophy of life that difficulties vanish when faced boldly, said Isaac Asimov. Each and every challenge brings the opportunity to face it, resolve it, and bring about a change. From time immemorial, human beings have strode to the future, fighting all the odds, be it natural forces, wild animals, poverty, illiteracy, calamities, terror attacks, and even pandemics. All these disasters and crises give humans the opportunity to reflect their action, to correct their mistakes, and also improve their performance as a social being. Disasters will force you to level up in life because we should never regret anything in life, because if the happenings are good, it's wonderful, but if the happenings are bad, it is experience is precious. Experiences make us learn the best lessons in life because experiences leave an indelible mark in our minds. And it is important that we forget the pain, but we always remember the lesson that we learned from our past experiences. You will definitely be dying from inside, feeling sick, tired, and devastated when we pass through the disasters. But there is a fact that life must go on. So, in order to safeguard your existence or the existence and well being of your near and dear ones, you will rise up like a phoenix. You will rise up fighting all the odds because you do not have another choice. The only choice in life would be to fight against all these odds and survive. So disasters help us evolve and help us learn from past experiences. And disasters could be natural disasters like wildfires, superstorms, or personal disasters, or even pandemics like in the present scenario. But it is important that we learn from these experiences and avoid these mistakes to be repeated in the future, making our future better. And the fact is that the world can become dystopic if the disasters are not handled properly. So, disasters challenge us to burst our bubble and emerge out as better human beings with better understanding and knowledge about the world. Thank you.
Fatima, you may start now.
Can I start? Hello? Can I start?
Fatima, yes, you may start now.
All storms do not come to destroy you. Some come to clear your path, says Paulo Coelho. Respected juries and all my dear listeners, a very blessed morning to one and all. Today, I, Fatima Sahadia of Christeena Memorial Women's College, am here to speak before you a topic that I believe is very much relatable to all of us. Disaster and crisis brings the best in us. Disaster and crisis brings the best in people. This simple fact is proven right every time. Individuals and communities have shown over the years, time and again, that they can present the best out of the worst situation. It is as if in a moment of darkness, there are countless moments of light. Now, things like calamities or terrorist attacks or even financial crises, now these cannot be controlled by us. But there are things that we can control, which is our responses to these calamities. Most individuals, they become stronger than ever and strive over these problems. Now, this topic is very much related to the context of the COVID-19 pandemic. All of us, more or less, are in the same situation everywhere. Locked up at home, unable to leave the place. Now, we all have different reflexes. All of us responded differently to the situation. What we have learned during the pandemic is that to selflessly help others as well as accept help without any selfish thoughts. Well, the most beautiful thing that I've seen during the pandemic was that of Italian children running through the streets and writing in the walls that everything will be all right in Italian. Now, this is the kind of positive outlook that we need to have in life. Now, well, the other day I read another part of Paulo Coelho which says, "Life presents its best version after giving you a crisis." Now, well, after pondering over it a little, I believe that now just leave the parts that are in our control, destiny and fate. Now, God's really great, but God's creation is great as well. Now, after facing a certain calamity, now before the calamity is not as strong as we are after the calamity. We realize our inner potential, inner capabilities. Now, Rebecca Stone's 2010 book, that is Life Paradise Built in Hell. It brings out the following thesis. All human beings, when faced with a problem, they come out with a behavior which is not necessarily destructive, but can cause a joyous engagement. Well, this is encouraging, right? Now, in conclusion, all I would like to say is that be positive in life. Crisis happens for our good. It wakes us up. Now, just hope for the best and prepare for the worst. Thank you.
Just number 4, Steffi baby. Steffi, you can begin now.
He failed at the Legislative Assembly at the age of 21. He failed at a business at the age of 23 and 24. He lost a sweetheart at the age of 26. He had a nervous breakdown at the age of 27. He lost another legislative election and a senatorial congress at the age of 35 and 37. Finally, he lost a vice presidential election at the age of 47. But we dare not call him a failure because his name is Abraham Lincoln, and he was the President of the United States at the age of 52. A very warm good morning to one will present here. Respected judges, members of the staff, and dear friends. The topic that I got here to discuss with you today is disasters and crisis brings out the best in us. A calm sea won't make a great sailor. Only when a stone is hit hard by a hammer, the best of the statue comes out of it. The black and the rough carbon undergoes vigorous and rigorous processes to become finally the diamonds that we all want. Scrolling through the pages of history, we can find that there are n number of disasters that man has undergone through in the history. But that has not stopped us from doing anything. That has not stopped us from reaching the progress that we have now. But it has again and again proved that man is becoming better and better through every crisis. The Black Death of the 14th century Europe had killed crores and crores of people. But it was the same reason that became one of the major cause for the fall down of the serfdom, and a series of technological inventions happened in Britain, and this Britain again became the land where the sun never set about 18th century and the 19th century. It took two world wars for the world's leaders and people to realize that it is peace what is more important. And so they gave priority to universal brotherhood over the colonizations, conflicts, and the conquest that was taking place in the 19th century world. And the United Nations organization was set up in order to establish peace and order in the world. And even today, when other nations or the aggressive nations are provoking the peaceful nations, the national leaders take a step back because they don't want to repeat history. Until the 2018 flood, the fishermen community were just fishermen for us. But after 2018, we started hailing these fishermen as the superheroes of the Kerala Navy because they did what normal people can't do. They reached to the destinations which was unreachable and rescued the lives and showed what they can really do. It was the 2018 flood that helped us to overcome the 2019 flood in a sophisticated way. It was a Nipah pandemic that gave us the experience and knowledge to overcome the Corona pandemic. Within the span of 4 years, Kerala had undergone 2 pandemics, Oki, the cyclone, and 2 floods. But still, the world hails across land and oceans Kerala model of development. So crisis and disasters will not let anyone to lose anything. The nature has tricked us with all the natural disasters like volcanoes, the floods, and the tsunamis. But man has installed 5 satellites in the space to predict their actions. The best of the constitutions in the world and the best of the administrative system has evolved in the world as a result of the enormous problems man has faced in the history and finding proper solutions for it. So far, we have discussed the community crisis, or the crisis that a large number of people participates in. But there is the individual crisis. It is first the individual crisis that later becomes a crisis of a large number of people. Malala Yousafzai had a fight or a war with the Taliban. She firstly fought for herself and her friends' education, but Taliban answered her with the bullets. Malala didn't give up. She rose up, and it was a cause for the hundreds and millions of girls around the world getting educated. There are fire-packed personalities around the world like Nadia Murad, Greta Thunberg, Abraham Lincoln, and Martin Luther King Jr., and so on and so forth, whose flame has become the fire around the world. They had undergone crisis. They had undergone disasters in their life, but it did not stop them from doing anything. And now the relevance of the topic, disasters and crisis, brings out the best in you, comes out rightly today's context, because for the last 1 year, we are swimming through the Corona pandemic, which knows no boundaries or no barriers. Keeping all the negative sides of the Corona pandemic aside, we know that we have started appreciating the small things in life. Though we are keeping a social distance physically from people, we have started embracing them with love, kindness, and compassion. We now know how to deal with the stress, the mental health problems that we today have. And so, in today's context, this topic is very relevant. And this is just the test of time. And this test of time shall happen so on and so forth. But man will never fail, because every time we confront this test of time, we have realized that we are overcoming this in a better way. So man will overcome this as well as that in the future in a better and the best way. Because Japan is there, which has almost overcome all existing disasters of the world, but still is one of the powerful nations of the world. With that note, I would like to wind up by once again stressing that disasters and crisis can bring out the best in a man. Thank you.
Next to be, Chess number 5, Diyapna. You may begin now.
Good morning, respected dignitaries and my dear friends. My name is Diyamna. Disasters and crises bring out the best in us. This simple fact is confirmed by more solid evidence than almost any other scientific insight. But we often forget it. Now more than ever, in the middle of a pandemic, it's crucial and relevant to remember this. In moments like these, it's tempting to conclude that most people are selfish and egotistical. Time and again, individuals and communities have demonstrated that the worst situations tend to bring out the best in people and organizations. In every moment of darkness, it seems there are countless moments of light, small gestures of compassion and connection that allow people to show who they are, how they want to live, and what matters to them. The history of disasters demonstrate that most of us are social animals, hungry for connection as well as for purpose and meaning and support, not for wealth and power. A truly dire situation, as tragic as it is, drags us into emergencies that require we act altruistically, bravely, and with initiative in order to survive or save our neighbors, no matter how we vote, where we live, what we do for a living, where we come from, or what religion we do. We humans are wired to live in interdependent networks of people based on mutual support and compassion. Anthropologists say that human species would have never survived if they weren't able to support and share resources with each other. This responsive caring is basic to who we are. It's innate in us and it lives within us. But we're told people are essentially selfish. We are fed the concept that we're materialistic and shallow and superficial, that all we chase is power and wealth. But we see that during a disaster, a crisis, and a pandemic, people bring out every human quality within them to support and to help each other. And it's wrong to believe that selfishness can easily erupt into brutally dangerous behavior when disaster strikes. During this pandemic, we've all learned many lessons that we haven't in our whole lives. And most of all, we've seen people sacrifice their lives to serve us, to make sure that the community is safe and sound and secure and healthy. Healthcare workers, cleaners, police officers, everyone doing their job with dignity to serve the community. The enlivening purpose that truly comes to the fore as a result of disaster tells us something about ourselves. Each of us enlarges the world by idealistic passion and engagement. Meaning must be sought out. It's not built into people's lives. The tasks that arise in disasters and in pandemics like this often restore this meaning. No one wants their blessedly ordinary lives wiped away by something unimaginably horrible like a pandemic or a disaster. But it's good to know that who we are in a crisis gives us a glimpse of who else we ourselves may be and what else our society could become. Thank you.
Chess number 20, Akhila, are you ready? Akhila, are you ready?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you
Can
may
I
begin
start?
now. Chess number 20.
Hello,
You may
everyone.
begin now.
I'm Akila Hayatunisha, and I've been asked to speak on disaster and crisis. Bring We humans are wired to live in an interdependent network of people based on the mutual support and compassion. Anthropologists say that our species never would have survived without struggling our life around sharing food and resources. This responsive caring is the basic to who we are. And we all know that the corona as a disaster brought so many crises like food for those
who rely on the daily earning, and massive number of daily bread earners were caught flat-footed. Some have been subjected to being sprayed with disinfectant, which accounts for the people with no shelter. Think of slum where people are crammed in the single room of sort with a common toilet and washing facilities. That's where advice such as comforting and suspected COVID-19 patient to the room with the separate utensil and bathroom is somewhat a joke. But keep in mind that disaster and the crisis bring out the best in us. In the middle of pandemic, it's crucial to remember this, and a moment like those are tempting to conclude that the most people are selfish and egoistical. But nothing could be further from the truth that every anti-social jerk, there are thousands of doctors, cleaners, nurses, socialists working around the clock on the behalf of us. And it's an unavoidable truth that through this quarantine, we have bonded with and supported each other in a way that I have never experienced before. We have learned to accept the help from others. I really can't stay away from addressing some funny memes that quoted like this: 500 cases before the lockdown, rise to 10,000 cases after clapping, further rise to 40,000 after light show. Flower from the sky led to 50,000 cases, and Tasmak party led to 60,000 cases. Corona is itself confused. Are they fighting me or celebrating my arrival? But that's not how it is for the people at the red danger zone. Slogans like Andra Tuto Bene, that means everything will be all right, by Puglin, fellow being, and millions of Chinese people are encouraging each other to stand strong using the expression Jiayun, that is, to not give up. People join their voices rising in the chorus and echoing among the snoring tower of Chinese city. People in the suffering felt the kindness and hope for living. And I also can assure that this was a time when each of us prayed for the well being of each other and on this earth, which was beautiful thing that came out of COVID, else it wouldn't have been happened. I sometimes also feel that when humans here on the earth are diversified a lot, become selfish, materialistic, egoistic, such disaster come to unite us in some or the other way and make us realize that the teamwork, mutual growth is the better and the easiest way to achieve anything and everything that a single person army can do. Thanks a lot for giving me this wonderful opportunity to address this hot topic of 2020. Thank you.
Just number 11, Aruni Prasad. You may start now.
Good morning, one and all. Myself, Aruni Prasad from Krishna Menon Memorial Government Women's College, Kannur. As we all know, nowadays we are the warriors. Approximately an year ago, our lifestyle and life had changed due to a pandemic called COVID-19. Now, disasters and crises are a part of our life, and we are ready to survive that. So here's my topic is that how disasters and crises brings out to us. brings out the best to us. So let me ask you a question that does disasters brings out the worst in us? The answer has to be no, because in fact, disasters tends to be bring the best in us. As recent as our grandparents' generations, that going back to hundreds of years ago, disasters were a dam of desert. We had seen many disasters and crises such as ice ages, attacks from rival groups, infections, animals, etc. And we tend to be resourceful and cooperative at that time. And if the case that if it was a case that the disasters has to be done worst in us, I don't think that we would be here now. So let me tell you an incident that after the Uttarakhand cloudburst in 2013 and Kashmir flood in 2014, that the people all over India has contributed towards the relief operations. In fact, after the calamity, that is 2004 tsunami, Indians have shown immense solidarity and generosity. If there is a lesson that to be drawn from the ordinary Indian people, that is the reactions of ordinary Indian people. It's that is we should depend on others. That here may be a stranger also. To paraphrase the line of most famous person, that is Tennessee Williams, in his famous play, that is uh, a streetcar named Desire. It is in such times of need that we humans redeem ourselves in our own eyes. Let me share one of my personal experience the that is at the time of flood in Kerala. I am also a part of that. At the time, we were lived together, gathered in a camp, and at that time, we lived there with utmost unity and cooperation. That doesn't have shown any discrimination such as rich, poor, color, caste, etc. The only thing I found there is utmost love and kindness. The valuable lessons are be kind, be respectful, be selfless, be forgiving, and be grateful to others. So, during a crucial situation, we should extend our hands to one who is near to us. Sometimes maybe a stranger, but also it is our duty or it's our responsibility to extend our hand to help him. That's what we are done and that's what we are doing. So let me conclude that you should show your best there, not your worst. Thank you.
Chess number 12, Sanuja Abdul Jalil. You may begin now.
The Chinese use two brushstrokes to write the word crisis. One brushstroke stands for danger, the other for the opportunity. In a crisis, be aware of the danger, but recognize the opportunity. A warm morning to all the pedagogues and pals present here. Today, I would like to speak a few words on the topic disasters and crises brings out the best in us. Yes, throughout the history, crises of different forms have challenged the humanity. Some are political, or economic crisis, while others are natural disasters or social crises. How we interact or react and bounce back from the crisis of today are what will define how we survive the crisis of tomorrow. In an increasingly interconnected world, crises throw up profound questions for us all, as individuals, as communities, as organizations, societies, and nations, as well as a human race. From climate change to religious polarization, from the refugee crisis of COVID, humanity has been challenged as never before. Storm clearing up as is slow, and there is no word when power will be restored to thousands of homes. Problems in our area are minuscule compared to the states on coast, as well as hard countries it hits like for Cuba or Haiti. Everything there's a crisis, wonderful things are happening. People are freely sharing their food, water, and electricity with each other. They're cooking the last of the food from their freezers to offer the neighbors. They're donating the time to labor on behalf of those who have never they met. The Much Malik Occupy movement mobilized the network, getting thousands of volunteers to help out in neighborhoods. Well before more established an organization like Red Cross arrived and is still at the work. Hundreds of marathons without a race after New York City cancel a run, jog to Staten Island on Sunday with a backpack full of supplies to donate. The theater community is sharing equipment and space notes so that the show can go on. Company large and small are offering Wi-Fi power and works for areas for free. Restaurants are giving away the food for free. Businesses are dropping standard fees, and big companies are stepping up to offer direct help, including AT&T now sharing networks with rival T-Mobile. The online community has been busy passing along information as it happens and coming up with collaborative solutions. You may have friends or relatives staying with you now, but nothing could be further from the truth. For every antisocial jerk out there are thousands of doctors, nurses, and people working around the clock on behalf. For every panicky hoarding shop there, entire supermarket, shells in the cart, there are 10,000 people doing the best to prevent the virus from spreading further. In actual fact, we are seeing reports from India, China, and Italy about how this crisis is bringing out the people closer. We have now learned to accept help from others. Because of this quarantine, we have bonded with and supported each other in ways that we have never experienced before, even though we have been living in the same place for millions of years. Millions of Chinese people are encouraging each other to stand strong using the expression "don't give up." Social media videos show how people in Wuhan singing from the windows of the house, joined by numerous neighbors nearby, their voice rising in chorus and echoing among the soaring towers of Chinese cities. Children in Italy are writing everything will be all right on the streets and walls, while countless neighbors are helping out each other. Yes, this is who we really are. We humans are vital over an interdependent network of people based on mutual support and compassion. 99% of humanity's time on Earth took place while we lived as a nomadic hunter gatherers, a time when we did not make a war against each other. Anthropologists tell us that our species would have survived without structuring our lives around sharing food and resources. This responsive care is basic to who we really are. But we are told that we're essentially selfish. Popular culture feeds this concept by elevating what's superficial and materialistic, the better to shape us into perpetual consumers. Worse, we seem to think that our selfishness can easily erupt into brutal, dangerous behavior when disaster strikes. For instance, the author Rebecca Solon takes a close look at the disasters, including earthquakes, floods, and explosions. She finds tragedy and grief, but something else too, something rarely noticed. During and after this horrific crisis, there shines from the wreckage something extraordinary. People rise up as if liberated, regardless of the differences, to act out of deep regard for one another. They improve, coordinate, and create new social ties that have never existed before, and pour themselves into work that has no personal gain than a sense of meaning. While they do this, they often express transcendent feelings of joy, excitement, and invest in greater, more altruistic community in the making. Even those suffering the most horrific misfortunes often turn out to define the moments of life. Disasters is often covered by those who believe that human nature is selfish and cruel. In many cases, there's a drumbeat sounded by the media acted upon the authorities. We often hear about the illness of people of the world, We hear that there's a little said about the people who extend their hands to those who don't even know. Sometimes you need a little crisis to get your adrenaline flowing and help you realize your potential. Remember, a time of crisis is not a time of anxiety and worry. It gives us an opportunity to choose and well or choose over badly. Any deep crisis is an opportunity for you to make your life extraordinary in some way. Remember, winners don't do different things, they do things differently. Any crisis is a test of time, so to bring out the best of your potential during any crisis. Thank you.
Just number 40, Rahista, are you ready? Just number 40. Just number 23, Ansalna El Hakim.
When can I start? Hello? Am I audible? Can I start? Okay, let me start. It's easy to look around and see how the COVID-19 crisis has borrowed the past in some people, and time and again, individuals and communities have demonstrated that the worst situations tend to bring out the best in people and the organizations to which they belong. Yeah. In every moment of darkness, it seems that there are countless moments of light, what small gestures of compassion and connection that allows people to show who they are and how they want to live and what matters to them. Yeah, good afternoon, Synonymous College. This is Anselna, second year BC Microbiology student of HT College, Alabama. You know one thing? There are scary, trying, difficult times, and they are likely to get worse before they get better. So don't be afraid to let bad times bring out the best in your company and in you, believe me. In this pandemic situation, thousands of doctors, cleaners, and nurses were working around the clock behalf us. Yeah, and this lockdown bonded us and supported each others in different ways. And I haven't experienced this just like this in my 20 years of living here. And I just were happy to even remember that times. And we all learn to survive with what we have, just like our lockdown days. And I remember our lockdown days with jackfruits. Yeah, in every day's meal there will be a jackfruit dish, even in a drink. Yeah, of course. And what we have to think seriously is that it doesn't wash away everything from us except our willpower and confidence to face it. Yeah, whatever disasters came, we are capable of facing it. Yeah. I remember an African adage: smooth seas do not make skillful sailors. That means we need more dangerous waves not to become a skillful sailor. We have to face dangerous waves and dangerous situations and crises in our day-to-day life in order to be a good survivor, to be a good sailor in our life. Yeah. So let's travel through different paths and bring out best from us. Thank you, St. James College, for giving me this opportunity, uh, for being in this platform. Thank you once again. Thank you.
Chess number 40, Rahista Subin. Chess number 40. Chess number 17, Ashna Rachel.
Ma'am, can I start? Ma'am, can I start?
You may start now.
Respected judges and my dear audience, a warm good morning to all. Paulo Coelho says, "You drown not by falling into a river, but by staying submerged into it." Let me share my ideas and views on the topic. Disasters and crises brings the best in you. Let me divide the topic into three. Number one, disasters that we faced. Disasters are the catastrophic events that affects the human beings, materials, etc. We know that the pandemic COVID-19 is the major crisis that the world is facing now. Even in 2020, as Erika Van der Rijn says that, we had a challenging time. The Australian bushfire. At the same time, the devastating flood that Indonesia had affected in January 1, 2020, which led to the movement of large amount of people from their inhabitants, was an example which shows that how the disasters create crisis in human life. And at the same time, not only natural disasters, but also man-made disasters also create havoc in human beings. The Bhopal gas tragedy, which led to the death of large amount of people, the nuclear war, which led to the atomic bomb explosion in Hiroshima and Nagasaki, are examples that how man-made disasters create risk in human life. Now, discussing point number two, the crisis of human life. Not only natural disasters create crisis in human life, but at the same time, the personal inabilities in one person. For example, if one person considers that a physical deformity in one is harder for one in attaining success, is havoc in him or trauma in him, it has to be overcome. Helen Keller's life is a blazing torch to light up the path. Those who feel disappointed in the dark worlds of disabilities. So, I would like to say that Helen Keller instills confidence in us by telling that what you are searching for is not there, it is in you. Einstein. The life of Thomas Alva Edison is also an example that if crises are affected in us, we have to overcome it. William Shakespeare's words are a resolution.
He says that cowards die many times before their death, while he never chased death but once. Thus, the personal difficulties also has to be surmounted. Every crisis teaches us. Every crisis brings a best and a new personality. Thus, we have to surmount our difficulties. The flood affected area are entertained by the officers by providing entertainment activities in order to overcome them from the depression and illness that they have faced. Now, discussing the final and point number 3. Never stay submerged. Even though if it is a disaster, both natural and man-made natural disasters include earthquake, volcanic eruptions, floods, etc. And man-made disasters include terrorism, nuclear wars, attacks, etc. Both should not create crisis in human life. We know that the pandemic had created a great crisis, but we surmounted them by changing our techniques, by our technologies. We know that it had affected our educational system. We transformed to e-learning. The Japan had created a new system in which there has a 15 feet deep and 4-mile length tunnel which protects them from the flood. These technologies help people to save from the crisis that they are having. Thus, both personal crisis and the disasters should not evoke and create fear in our human mind. Thus, development had also created several strategies in human life. United we stand. We know that the flood in 2018 had made us know how to tackle the situations and issues by telling that united we stand, divide we fall. Thus, we should have a value in us. Community learning is also necessary. I would like to conclude by concluding the 3 points that I have mentioned, by telling that fear of mind hurdles on the path, power of mind way to success. Miles to go before I sleep, miles to go before I sleep. Thank you.
Just number 40, Rahishta Subin. Chess number 9, Hanna Nafisa.
Yes, ma'am.
You may begin now.
Things turn out the best for the people who make the best of the way things turn out. A very warm and pleasant good morning to one and all present here. It's my great privilege and honor to voice my thoughts on the topic disaster and crisis bring out the best in us. It is in the time of it is in the time of problem that most of us bring out the strength in us. And it is an attempt to solve the problem that we face. And there has been countless occasions where we have faced overwhelming problems. And in those moments, people have come up with their hidden strength. A situation in which people brings out the best in themselves is during a disaster or a crisis. So today, I would like to share an inspiring story of a Pakistani activist, model, artist, and a motivational speaker who fought strongly against a crisis that happened in her life. Munima Mazari. She belonged to a conservative Baluchi family where girls had no right for their voice. So she got married at the age of 80, and it was never a happy married life. So after 2 years of marriage, she met with a car accident, and that completely changed her life. And the injuries, she had a never-ending list of injuries. She almost spent 3 months in the hospital, and during the treatment, the doctors came to a conclusion that she won't be able to give birth, paint, or walk again anymore. It was due to the spinal injury and the fixation in her back. So, and it literally devastated her, and she even started to question her existence. After months of thinking, she came to a conclusion that she can't live a life like this. She needed to do something. And after that, she decided to live life for herself and not to be perfect for someone. She even decided to fight against her fears. She started to write down her fears. The first one was divorce. She knew that in order to have a happy life, she should get the divorce. So she went for it. The second one was the fear of not being able to become a mother. So she knew that there were many children out there who want acceptance by someone. And but by then she decided to adopt a child. So she adopted a 2 days old baby. So the next one was no. So the next one was when she ended up on the wheelchair, she understood that the most painful thing was that she was not accepted by the people. In the world of perfect people, she seemed to be an imperfect one. So she started to do more public appearance. She started modeling, she started to paint again. And finally, she decided to join the national TV for Pakistan as an anchor person. And after many years, she even started to raise her voice for the rights of children and women. She became the goodwill ambassador of UN Women in Pakistan. She was even mentioned in the BBC. She has won several awards. And so by this story, I would like to say that even a disaster and crisis can turn best in us. So with this, I would like to conclude my words. Thank you.
Chess number 19, Ajin P.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, you are audible. You may begin
Okay,
now.
okay. As a fellow quizzing enthusiast, I was once asked a question: what connects radar, ballpoint pen, and satellites? And the answer was that all these were the inventions which happened during World War II. Wow, what a quite an interesting fact, isn't it? Now, which makes us understand that during these times of crises, and every important activities as we see, we always human beings have always stood the test of time. Good morning, respected teachers and all my dear friends. Today, I'm going to speak on the topic of the disasters and crises. Have it really brought the best out of we human beings as we see? Now, when we understand the fact that our ideologies and vision have changed during the course of what we tend to speak is the fact that, excuse me, 1 minute. Hello, hello, 1 minute.
Jalva, is it audible? Jalva, switch on your video. Can you hear me, Jalva?
Hello?
Yes, Jalva. Chess number 7. You may begin now.
Okay. Back in 2018, August 16, I saw people running everywhere, running each other to save their lives and to get into shelter and to a safe place. I was thinking what is happening and I was curious to know what is happening around. And then I switched on the television and I saw that due to unusual heavy rainfall, the Kerala is experiencing a huge, terrible disaster, the flood. I was shocked. Now I'm going to talk about the terrible flood which stumbled into us and we got scared. What actually happened that year? I would say the God holded the world for a second and made us to think, and then take us to think about a lot. Before we get into this difficulty, rich men or the businessmen, everyone was rushing behind their businesses, being selfish, being ego, and what were they doing? They were earning a lot to save their life, their family. But what happened when the flood flourished? Our generation is now a place where dominancy is no more supported. But now there still exists, I think so. And these luxurious cars, big homes where they were safe inside, was no more a solution when this flood flourished. I would like to get into an instance where a blanket seller sold all his blankets to cover up the people and help them, even though he have nothing to earn. And a girl who contributed her money where she decided to buy a new bicycle on her birthday. So all these instances reveals that humanity, brotherhood, everything comes when the situation comes. Now we are in between the COVID pandemic where we thought that the single endemic that began in the single city of Wuhan would stay up there, but it soon became pandemic. So there are a lot of lessons that we should learn from every single messages and the tests, the experiments that God gave us. Once Helen Keller said, often we look so long at the closed doors, but we do not see the one that has been opened for us. Why? If you go through that open doors, you will definitely find that magic. Today, in the International Day of Happiness, I would recommend you to be happy and spread the happiness among the world. So, I wish everyone to go through that path. They need not to be worried about what is going to happen anymore at any time because disaster and crisis would bring us the best of us. Thank you.
Chess number 40, Rahishta Subin.
Hello, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, yes.
Ma'am, can you see me? Ma'am,
You may begin now, Rahishta.
the seeds of life, of growth, and faith are all within us. It just requires a disaster at times to wake them up, shake them up a little, and fertilize them. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, respective judges and teachers, and all my fellow students present here today. Myself, Drahishta Zubindaruwala, would like to share my opinion on the topic Disaster and Crisis Bring the Best Out of Us. We often feel that life could be really easy and we often take it for granted. We always want to reach out to those who have everything, which actually may be wrong. We often misunderstand the concept of how we all Hello? Ma'am?
You can present it, Rahishta. Hello.
Yes, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, you are. You can start.
Hello?
Hello.
Yes, ma'am. Am I audible?
It's audible, Rahishta.
Hello?
Hello.
Yes, ma'am.
You
Can
can
you hear
start.
me?
Yes,
Ma'am, can you
Rahishta, you
hear
can
me?
start now.
Okay. I'm so sorry about the network issue that I just had. I'm facing a little network problem at my place. Anyway, seeds of life, faith, and growth are all within us. It sometimes just requires a disaster to wake them up and fertilize them. We humans are wired to live in an interdependent network of people based on mutual support and compassion. There did be possible days when the unconscious mind decides to wake up and throw hypothetical situations at us, where we would think, we hope we don't be a part of it, or the ultimate answer would be death. Nowadays, we usually think that people are essentially selfish and self centered. And even we are faced with reality as our culture fades this concept by elevating what's superficial and materialistic. Often, when we board a flight, the air hostess always tells us, in times of emergency, fasten your seatbelt before others. So, whilst we might think the selfishness can easily erupt into something brutally dangerous, when a disaster strikes us, do we notice this type of behavior? Surprisingly, the very opposite happens. There's an adrenaline rush in us. Superpowers are injected into our blood veins. The sleeping phoenix rises from inside, and there we are, standing there like a hero, trying to help everybody around who's in danger. Empathy. Empathizing is that emotion which hits us really hard, and that's why we take the step of helping others around us. This action is not performed for any gain or interest of ourselves, but it only leaves us with this inner peace and happiness. And the other person who's wounded leaves them with a sense of appreciation and gratefulness. There's a change that we notice in how individuals actually react in such situations, and hence, there is a change we always hope for. Even when we date back to the time of our grandparents, where we used to always think that how would we survive ice ages, pandemics, infections, and there are so many things that humans have actually survived through strongly, bravely. We improvise, we create, we implement new social ties, and pour ourselves into work that has no personal gain or interest. When I date back to 2611, whoever thought that the Taj would be full of terrorists trying to kill people, flooding the entire hotel with bloodstains and bullet marks? Whoever thought that tonight would be the last day of mine on this planet, or whoever thought that they would get the opportunity to be a hero in someone's life? That was the essence of that night. One of the longest, darkest, and memorable nights of every Indian and every Mumbaiker in India. That was a day when everyone united together. The hotel staff at the Taj proved that they were true workers as they got together, enveloped each of their customers, providing them with the service that they required of safety and hope. There were people such as Sandra Samuel, their nanny, who helped baby Moshe Helmsberg to protect him from the terrorists, and Brett was proved to be a super human being, dating back to 26 July, when the sky decided to pour down and overflow with all the black, dark mortar. And where did all the mortar flow? To the Indian soil in Mumbai, where the blood, where water seemed to be the death pool. But at this times, people united, offered the golden hand to ones who were in pain, helped them, brought them home, provided them with basic necessity of food and shelter. But most importantly, empathy. That is the emotion which hits us hard in a disastrous situation, which helps everyone unite together and face it together. And hence, I believe that disasters are at times proven to be those nutcrackers which help us to open and come out of our comfort zone and face reality and become a new person altogether. Life moves on, but one thing that we should never forget is that every situation that we face in life provides us with some sort of learning, which is very beneficial and fruitful in future. And hence, disasters does bring out the best out of each human being and each individual, does surprise us, leaving us with things we never expected ourselves to do. And hence, we should never underestimate the power of the mind, because when the mind is at work, it can do wonders. Thank you so much.
Just number 41, Kavya Madhavan Krishnan.
Hello, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, Kavya. You can start now.
Thank you. A very warm good afternoon to one and all present here. In an increasingly interconnected world, this crisis or disaster throws a profound question to all of us, be it to communities, to individuals, to societies, and to human race as such. So from climate change to religious polarization to refugee crisis, to COVID-19 pandemic. We have been hit with the toughest of times, like never before. From hoarding thousands of sanitizers, wearing masks, maintaining social distancing with our fellow mates, running our online classes, and there is a complete change in everything that we have been undertaken to. So my question to every one of you who are participating, to all the faculty members and to everyone present here is, have this pandemic brought out the best in you? Or do you think that this crisis, pandemic, adversities is something that brings the best in man or humanity? Well, if you ask me the same question, that would be a definite yes. Obviously, this was an opportunity to find the best. Belonging to the Kerala community, I would first highlight in the Nipah pandemic, the floods that Kerala faced. We did face economic crisis. We did have a pandemic that actually hit us like never before. But in spite of all those crises and adversities that the Kerala community faced, we have been able to come up. There were those medical professionals fighting it hard. There were those authorities who they always stood with people around. There were those kind-hearted spirits like fishermen, the schooling communities, the college students, the youth of tomorrow, in whose hands the very foundation of this country lies. So we have all been working, toiling day by night to bring out the best. And that is it. During crisis, during adversities, during disasters, man always tries to bring out the best. This is just one of the examples, because we have been facing with one of the best example, which is nothing but COVID-19 pandemic. I believe in every moment of darkness, there will be a light. That can be a light of gratitude, compassion, selflessness, a light of hope, a light of courage, bravery, you may call it anything. But that light is something that ultimately makes us strive through those adversities and to those good scenarios. And times of stress, obviously, they can be the signals of growth, the signals that actually tell us what to do, how to act. A truly dire situation, be it any tragic incident, it actually drives humanity into emergencies, an emergency that asks people to act altruistically, bravely, and courageously, to fight back with so much of confidence. And that is what the world is facing now. I'd like you to remind a famous writer who is none other than Rebecca, who told us that any tragic incident that humanity faces will surely drive them into something being in a better of place. And this pandemic has actually forced many of us to innovate, to think innovatively, to become entrepreneurs in the best way that we can. Starting with my example, being a postgraduate student, being a student belonging to a student community who have always managed to mug up the syllabus portion to write the exam, we have been thinking more creatively and innovatively, I guess. The student community have been able to dissent their voice, not just in the four corners of a room, but just in social medias. We have been posting, from posting the food we like, from posting the memories that we friends shared. We have been posting things that the country actually requests. People have been realizing that dissent is the safety valve of democracy. So many of us before pandemic has not actually realized the so-called dissent. So many of us actually were just hermit crabs, just in the four corners of a room, just being ourselves. But this pandemic has us talking about political issues, about religious issues. And this has been a time wherein we started giving more importance to the issues that burns the nation. So I think this was an opportunity to each and every one of us here. And I could also sense the mothers who spent hours and hours doing their household chores, they have come out of it. Many of them have been thinking of doing something innovative for their family. It could be a family startup business. It could be becoming the best women entrepreneurs. Even my mom, she started doing something innovative, which I think is something that is just something that doesn't require words to actually connect. So this has been a time wherein we all have been coming out of the box. And let me remind you something. Take the example of India, who actually shipped tons of vaccines to countries like Maldives and Bangladesh. So countries In spite of them being just in their own scenarios, they have been actually able to reach out to other countries, which is actually leading to a large interconnectedness, to a large globalized era wherein we are just connected, not just through virtual media platforms, but we are here, even in these four corners, being connected to the world as such. So it's not just a case of India, but all those developing countries out there who is striving this hard to bring help to other countries. So diplomacy is also growing. Another important point is resilience. Man has been more adaptive and resilient than never before. I would say that this is a big congratulations on the part of humanity as such, because we have learned to become more humane, more kind, more generous, and more courageous than never before. So to conclude, let me remind you that everything worthwhile in life is actually brought out by the surmounting negative experience, just said by Mark Manson. So this is another era of productivity, worthwhileness, and let us stand together at this time of COVID-19 to bring the best in us. Thank you and have a nice day.
Chess number 43, B. Mary.
Yes, ma'am. Times of stress are also times that there are signals for growth, and if we use adversity properly, we can grow through adversity, said Abraham Tversky. Good afternoon, everyone. I am V. Mary Myrtle from St. Anne's College, Hyderabad. Today, I'm going to discuss about how disasters and crises bring the best out of us. It is a simple fact confirmed by more solid evidence than any other insight, but we often tend to forget it. Now, in the middle of the pandemic, it is crucial to remember this. Some tragedies like natural disasters, terrorist attacks, and financial crises are inevitable. It is far beyond our control, but we do have control over how we respond to it. Some people rise to the occasion and show us what they're made of, while the others, they will learn how to respond to the situation. Every individual at one point of their life experiences it because hardships, disasters, and uncertainties and crises are inevitable in a person's life. Just as a rainbow after the shower, we might learn that many beautiful things we might learn many beautiful things while stuck in an uncertainty. We can acquire knowledge on how to be action oriented and that nothing happens until you make it happen. We learn to face the reality and find a way to deal with misfortune instead of running away from the situation. We can learn to be neighborly, selfless, generous, reflective, grateful, and hopeful. Disasters present a strong imperative for people to cooperate and work together, as the strength of a collective unit far outweighs the strength of lone individuals. Gold has to be burnt and melted to become into a magnificent jewel. The stone has to be carved and curved to become into a beautiful statue. In the same way, we humans we have to undergo disasters and crises and failures in order to bring the best versions of ourselves. Every dark cloud has a silver lining. Darker the night, nearer the dawn. Adversity, therefore, it has its own sweetness. It not only brings the best out of us, but it also brings us closer to God. It is only pain and time of crisis and suffering that one remembers God. As it is said in the Bible, it is easier for a camel to pass through a needle's eye than for a rich man to enter heaven. I would like to take a minute to talk about the COVID-19 pandemic and how it has groomed us into better persons. We must agree that we are the best versions of ourselves right now than we were a year ago. We got lots of time to spend with our family at home, and it in fact increased our emotional bonding with them. Our students who were always busy with school and college assignments, we got time to explore ourselves, our hobbies, and we learned many things for ourselves. We have been through emotional warfares in the past 1 year, but we came back stronger, haven't we? I would like to conclude by saying that no one wants their blessedly ordinary lives to be wiped away by something unimaginably horrible. But it is good to know that who we are in crisis gives us a glimpse of who we can be and what the society might become. Thank you, everyone. Have a great day.
Chest number 44, Diya BR.
Ma'am, am I audible?
Yes, Diya. You may start now.
Okay. When you expect ease from life and life gives you lemons, then you must know how to make lemonade out of it. And you shouldn't blame life for that. Muniba Masari, the Iron Lady of Pakistan, once said, "Respected dignitaries and my dear friends, I would like to share some of my views on the topic. Disasters and crises help you to bring the best out of you. I would like to start by telling you a story. It's a story about a phoenix bird that rose from its ashes. But actually, this phoenix bird that I'm going to talk about today is a country. After the end of the Second World War, bombing brought about the consciousness of defeat to the people. The government could do nothing. It was helpless. It just stood there without prestige and power. Do you know which country I'm talking about? The answer is Japan. Shocking, isn't it? Because We have heard or seen only about a Japan, which is the most advanced country in all the aspects of life. So, do you know that earthquakes, volcanic fires, and volcanic eruptions have marked the history of Japan, causing large-scale destruction on every occurrence? But isn't it just amazing that the people who endured such hardships were willing and were ready to get up after such failures in order to reconstruct such large structures so that generations could enjoy them? So, what is the secret behind Japan's success? The answer is very simple. It is that the disasters and the crises that were inflicted upon the people helped them to bring out the best of them. And this should be our attitude towards life. There is something about Japan that makes it very unique, very different from all the other countries of the world. Do you know what it is? It is their spirit of self-renewal. Now, all the trials and all the troubles that come in our life will make us stronger. It's just like a piece of gold which is tested by the fire. Now, we must all remember that a diamond is a chunk of coal, just a chunk of coal, which could perform well under pressure. Life is full of twists and turns. If you think that life is hard and life is unfair, and so you're giving up on that, then think again. It is because if you think this way, then you are being unfair to your own self. There are some people for whom problems in life, whether too big or too small, are all very big. But there are certain people for whom the problems in life are just nothing. They are ready to face each and every obstacle that comes their way. So what is the difference here? The difference lies in the way they perceive the problem. Muniba Masari, the Iron Lady of Pakistan, once said, "We all have this amazing fantasy about life. This is my plan and things should go as per this plan. If that doesn't happen, we give up easily. But this shouldn't happen. So what is the real problem here? The real problem is that we tend to expect ease from life. But we all tend to forget that all the trials and tests that comes in our life are tests and they are never supposed to be easy. We should know how to turn our adversities into opportunities. Once Muniba Masari said, "They call it adversity, but I call it opportunity. They call it a weakness, but I call it strength." Everyone is born naked and helpless into this world, and what one becomes ultimately more or less depends on how one deals with each and every problem that comes their way. I would like to conclude by saying a quote by Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam. "All the difficulties in life do not come to destroy you. They come to help you realize your potential and your true power. Let the difficulties know that you too are difficult." Thank you.
Chest number 45, Ajmal K.A. Chest number 35, Tanaya.
Yes, ma'am.
Excuse me, am I audible to you?
Yes, Ajmal. Are you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Okay, please begin.
I would like to thank the organization for giving me the opportunity to express my thoughts on the topic disaster and crisis bring out the best in us. I would like to register myself as Ajmal K.A. from Government Arts College, Coimbatore. Whenever we come across the term disaster, it reminds us of the year 2020 for the novel coronavirus pandemic. However, while the pandemic brought our human lives to a standstill, nature could not be reined in. India amidst the raging pandemic survived cyclones, floods, rainfalls, biblical plagues, and industrial disaster. Let us recollect all the disaster we had during 2020. The first one is Cyclone Nizaga. In June, Cyclone Nizaga struck the western coast causing landfall in Maharashtra. The second one is locust attack. Between 2019 and 2020, India witnessed one of its worst locust attack in decades. The third one is Cyclone Nivas. In later November, Cyclone Nivas affected the southern India with several impacts on the Tamil Nadu, Puducherry, and Andhra Pradesh. Cyclone Burevi. In December, Cyclone Burevi struck and caused landfall in Sri Lanka, which was followed in Tamil Nadu, Kerala, and Puducherry. Floods. In August, we all know that our state, Kerala, recorded heavy rainfall in the monsoon season, resulting in at least 22 casualties. This was the third consecutive year where Kerala recorded under flood. A red alert was issued in 3 districts of Wayanad, Calicut, and Idukki, while an orange alert was issued in 5 other districts. The flood also led to a plane crash in which 18 people were recorded and reported as dead. Yes, I'm talking about the Air India Express, which had where the flight had run away from the runway track and resulted in bad visuality. The state authority estimated the loss of property, livestock, and agriculture at rupee 90,000 crore. Along with this, we even had Assam flood in May month, Hyderabad flood in October, and oil and gas leak in Assam. If you take into account, all these records make us to register the year 2020 in the dark period of human race. Though man-made disaster or Mother Nature's disaster, I would like to take all these disasters in the positive list because these disasters made us to bring out the hidden. These disasters made us to bring out the hidden weapon called humanity. Yes, humanity. Humanity is the one which made us to come out of all these pandemic situations. I would like to quote the famous quotes of our great leader Mahatma Gandhi. You must not lose faith in humanity. The entire human race proved it that humanity lies within each and every human. Yes, during the flood time of Kerala, you would have noticed that through news and through many medias, we came to know that from all over the world, people came across to help the peoples who was under the flood. in Kerala. All this shows us that humanity still exists in the mind of each and every humans. Even now, during this COVID-19 pandemic, many doctors and many social workers are rendering the best service to the entire world. For what? To show that even they are humans living with kindness and good-hearted. So all these kind of examples, all these disasters which we are facing even right now, the coronavirus disaster which we are facing right now, all these proves that humans are holding their hands together to prove that they are humans born to help other humans. So all these, whatever the disaster be, whether it is by man-made or whether it is by mother nature, in all the situation, all the human beings stand together holding their hands saying that we are humans, we are here to help others. So humanity is the best way to say, to express that human beings also have heart and they are different from other animals. So I hope that I would have related my humanity word and I would have registered that word in every human being's mind from by using this topic, that disaster and crisis bring out the best in us. So whatever the disaster comes, whatever the crisis we face or we have faced or right now we are facing, everywhere human stands with the weapon called humanity. I conclude my speech reminding all human races to band together and be kind to one another in order to survive a healthy and happy life. Thank you.
Chess number 35, Tanaya. Chess number 35.
Hello, am I audible and visible?
Yes.
Okay,
Are you
so can I
ready?
start?
Okay, you may begin now.
Okay, I'll start. Hello everyone, I am Tanya Patel from Ahmednagar, Maharashtra, class 12. And my topic for today's elocution competition is Disaster and Crisis, Bring Out the Best in Us. Disaster and crisis, these two names itself sends shivers down our spine. Whenever we start something new or embark on a new journey, we always pray that let no disaster hit us and no crisis harm us. Keep us safe in all the times. But have you ever wondered that sometimes a little bit of disaster or crisis is important for our own well being? As Ryan Reynolds tells us that a disaster or a crisis in any way is good as it wakes you up. A disaster or a crisis teaches you a lot of things. It gives you a good judge of the character. It tells you if whether that you or the friend you have is really truly your own friend. An enemy can turn into a friend, and a friend can turn into an enemy during the crisis period. It teaches us to love and respect all the people that surround us and also care for our mother nature. And the most important thing is that it makes us believe in the Almighty above us. And the best example of it is the one we are living in now, the corona pandemic. The corona pandemic has taught us a lot. It taught us that a friend in need is a friend indeed. It taught us the importance of family, and it also awoke the social helper in all of us. The year 2020 was not at all easy for us. It started with COVID 19, then forest fires, cyclones, floods, locust attack, and etc. etc. And on top of that, due to lockdown, the job crisis prevailed and the money was down. And also there was an affluent was the price rise in their country. So our economy went down, the prices went up, and it also affected us. It was not at all easy, but we came to learn many things during this pandemic. Everyone united to help each other. Various people came forward to provide free food and services like doorstep delivery of goods. And people spent time with their families, which was first not allowed because of packed schedules and office timings and everything revolving around it. People found alternative methods of making money. We can see that number of household bakeries have been established, especially during this pandemic period, and online shopping groups has also increased. Well, education posed a problem during this period because how will we educate when the colleges and schools have been closed? How to keep the learning process on? But we did not stop there, right? Yes, we found an innovative way of learning, online learning. Online learning has also been practiced before the pandemic period, but it came into focus really during this period, as it was known as the best way of distant learning. It made us aware of the importance of saving and investing money and also the importance of hygiene. It taught us that we need to be ready for the future and make future plannings and invest our money properly. So it helped us in a lot of ways. It taught us that life is short and it is not always good and goes on the way you want it. So make sure that you do the best of whatever that comes in your way. So disaster and crisis are important sometimes for teaching you the values of life. They are in many ways harmful to you, but a coin always has two sides. So even if it is harmful, it also helps you in some ways. It helps you to showcase what the best is inside you and what you can do the best. One that deals with the problems, one who rises from these disasters is truly a warrior, and thus we can tell that he is truly successful. When faced with crisis, a man with character falls back on himself. He imposes his own stamp of action. He is responsible for those actions and he is the one who owns it. So, as everyone tells that, whatever happens, happens for your own good. So, whenever you fall back, do not feel dejected. Bounce back with the same force and tell everyone what the best you are and what best you can do. As the histories prove that the dictators and the nepotism, everything rose when people were in crisis. So we can say that जिंदगी का काम है चलना सुबह शाम चलते रहो life goes on everything goes on be ready for the future and face everything with a smile on your face. Thank you.
Just number 34, Angelina Biju.
Yes, ma'am. Am I audible?
You can start. Yes, Angelina. You can start now.
Okay. When things go wrong, as they sometimes will, when the roads you're trudging seems all uphill, when the funds are low and the debts are high, and you want to smile, but you have to sigh. Rest if you must, but don't quit. Few lines from the poem Don't Quit by John Greenleaf. Good afternoon, one and all. Respected judges, teachers, contestants, and dear viewers. Today, I am here to speak on the topic Disaster and Crisis Bring Out the Best in Us. As recent as our grandparents' generation,
And going back to 150,000 years old to the beginning of humankind, disasters were a dime a dozen. Human beings survived these disasters, famines, ice ages, natural disasters like flood, hurricane, forest fires, droughts, and so on, attacks from rivals, predation from animals, infections. We did it not because we were strong and fast. We did it, we survived it as a species because during such times of calamities, we tend to be very brave and cooperative. If it was the case that these disasters and crises brought divorce in us, I don't think we would be here today fighting this pandemic called COVID-19. Why the need to search for instances to provide evidence to the statement that disaster and crisis bring out the best in us when we are living in a state called Kerala? Yes, the past 3 years have been undoubtedly a period of difficulty in the history of the state. The real test to the state's reliance and capacity were tested by a range of natural disasters, starting from the Oki disaster during the end of 2017, which almost killed 350 people across the coast of Tamil Nadu and Kerala. And then came the massive floods of 2018. Every Malayali, whether being inside Kerala or outside Kerala, became a part of various disaster management programs in the state. Most of the people were working in relief camps, which even I had an experience of, and others were assisting in evacuation of the people who were affected by floods. People outside the state came quickly through various social media platforms and started beginning collection centers and operating relief programs from across the world. Before the state need to settle with this destructive floods, there came this unforeseen challenge of Nipah virus, which struck the northern districts of Kozhikode and Malappuram in the year 2018. This was an unprecedented health emergency. What came to the rescue of the state was a robust public healthcare system which has been developed throughout the years, and it also provided a chance to build the art of contact tracing, which later proved to be a defining feature in state's method to deal with the current pandemic called COVID-19. Kerala was the first state in India to report a case of COVID-19 way back in January 2020 and was fast enough to declare it as a health emergency. There we began our fight, and we are still continuing it by distributing vaccines, ensuring social distancing and sanitizing, and so on. These disasters helped us to improve our healthcare system, helped our practical knowledge regarding crisis management, helped to improve our scientific knowledge regarding disasters. So we can conclude that disasters and crisis helps to bring out the best in us. Before concluding my speech, I take this moment to remember all those who were victims of these disasters, all those who sacrificed their lives in this huge fight against crisis, and all those who inspired us to give the best in us. So today, as the world observes World Happiness Day, let's all sing along with a smile on our faces to few lines of Maya Angelou's poem, Still I Rise. Just like moons and suns, with the certainty of tides, just like hope springing high, still I rise. Yes, we'll all rise. Thank you.
Am I audible?
Am I audible?
Yes, Harida.
Okay, so can I start?
Okay, you can begin.
A very good afternoon to one and all present here. Today I'm here before you because I got the golden opportunity to talk on a very realistic topic. Disasters and crises bring out the best in you. What a better time than today to talk on this factual topic when the whole of mankind is facing a world pandemic and we're almost at the verge of overcoming it. When in 2019, the first case of coronavirus surfaced, we were taken back because it was a novel virus that could withstand all the medical innovations that we had till date. But we did not stammer in front of it. We did not surrender. We fought with whatever weapons we had at hand. We made social distancing mandatory and took precautionary methods such as wearing masks and using hand sanitizer. We even went to the extent of complete lockdown to not surrender and to control the pandemic. And today, with gradual but great pace, we have developed vaccines which will help us win this war against this pandemic. In fact, this is not the first time that mankind has faced such a disastrous pandemic. When we go through the annals of history, it is clearly evident that the journey of man was never a smooth sail. He had to face turbulent waters and hundreds of thunderstorms and hurricanes, yet he never gave up. He overcame everything. From the very installation of man in the prehistoric times, where he was isolated in a huge jungle, where he was a prey to the different enormous blood-sucking animals, his sole purpose being survival. To today, history has tagged him the superior species, simply because of his determination and willpower and his motive to never give up and never surrender. In Europe, when the bubonic plague struck, or commonly known the Black Death, struck and swept off half the population of Europe, the Europeans never gave up. In fact, it led to a future era where Britain became an empire where the sun never set. It became such a prosperous country. When in 1453, the Constantinople fell and the trade between Europe and India was completely shattered, the Europeans still never gave up. In fact, they made use of the vast ocean that lied in front of them. That not only led to a prosper in trade, but even led to a discovery of new lands or the new world as what we know of it now. When the two world wars struck the world, the very notion of a society was destroyed radically. All the financial institutions, all the existing resources got depleted and destroyed. In fact, mankind was pushed into an existential crisis. But we did not lay there simply in that existentialism. We rose above it. And from that, it gave birth to capitalism, globalization. And today, the whole world is nothing but a huge global idea. Talking about a country, let's take the example of Japan, a small island which can be tagged as the supreme survivor, because Japan has faced a ton of natural disasters, from earthquake to floods to volcanic eruption to whatnot, and man-made disasters in the form of Hiroshima and Nagasaki. It even led to a future where the future generation was born with some or the other kind of anomaly. But when we think of Japan today, the picture that comes to our mind is not that of a deprived nation where everything is in a chaos, but that of a nation where bullet trains go from one point to another, where a nation that ships out tons of highly sophisticated, high guaranteed products to different parts of the world. That is survival in the face of disasters and crises. We have evolved ourselves from an era where communication can only be installed in person to person, or where mules had to be sent for faraway communication. Today, emergency communication is only 911 dial. We have instilled
satellites in the orbits of Moon and Earth in order to take aerial pictures of our Earth, the planet that we live in, we, a single species. That is our willpower. That is our idea of surviving in the face of disaster. In fact, this notion of facing the obstacles and overcoming them is not just in the world as such. In fact, we can see it in the lives of different people who have changed the course of life. In the lives of Martin Luther King, Gandhi, Malala Yousafzai. In fact, in the words of King himself, I have a dream. He had a dream and he made sure that he would face, challenge all the obstacles and crises in front of him to make sure that his dream become a reality, and it did. Let's not go far away. Take the example of our own state, a small southern state that is lying at the southern tip of India. We have faced 2 recurrent plagues, the Nipah virus, now the coronavirus. We challenged it. We overcame everything. Look in your neighborhood. You may see a handicapped person who we might see him as vulnerable, but he doesn't see himself as such. For a blind person, his other senses are so sharp because he tunes it in such a way. He makes sure that his other senses compensate his crisis or weakness, that is his blindness. So when faced with such pandemic or disasters or crisis, we find that we could unlock a different strata of potential which we never thought that we had in ourselves. And we come to have a human solidarity as mankind. And that is what leads us to overcome such disasters. And it is rightly said that disasters and crises will bring out the best in you. Thank you.
Chess number 36, Nishita Bora.
I hope I'm visible and audible.
Yes, Nishita, you can start now.
I'll begin, I guess. A very good afternoon to one and all. I'm Nishtha Bora from SREF Junior College, Ahmednagar, Maharashtra. And today I am here to present my topic, which is disasters and crises bring out the best in you. The Oxford Dictionary defines a crisis as a time when difficult yet important decisions have to be made, and a disaster can be explained as an event or a fact that leads to misfortunate consequences. But are all the consequences of a disaster unfortunate? I don't really think so. Yes, disasters can be destructive. Yes, a crisis can be rough. And yes, failures can be demotivating. But these tough times test us, motivate us, prepare us, and shape us. They give us a reason to fight back in life. They motivate us to live our dreams. Currently, the entire world is facing a global pandemic, and people from all around the world are locked up in their houses. The economy of our globe is not really in a very good state, and our country's GDP has seen a fall of 9.4%. Basically, there is negativity all around us. But even in such times, people have come together and have shown empathy and solace. This is bringing out the best in each one of us and helping us.
Test number 18, Ashwina Sri Kumar. Test number 18. Are you ready? Test number 18, Ashwina Sri Kumar.
Am I audible?
Yes, Ashwina, you can begin now.
Okay. We delight in the beauty of the butterfly, but rarely admit the changes it has gone through to become one. Good morning to one and all. I would like to speak on the topic disasters and crises bring out the best in us. The Merriam-Webster dictionary describes a disaster or a crisis as a sudden calamitous event bringing great damage, loss, or destruction. Disasters or crises are not new to us. Since times immemorial, the world has witnessed a lot of disasters and crises in the form of plague, forest fires, floods, and even when we come to 2021, we are in the middle of a coronavirus pandemic. But then, people have survived through all these disasters. It is through disasters that we have got many great works of writers like Shakespeare who wrote during the plague of Elizabethan England. So we can say that disasters and crises are not to be looked as something disadvantageous, but then rather it has helped us in bringing the talent in us. Japanese novelist Haruki Murakami says that good stories is the best he can do for sufferers from terrorist attacks and natural disasters. So we can see that authors have brought up the best works during many disasters. Also, if we take the case of India, we are yet to recover from the coronavirus pandemic that gripped the entire world throughout last year, as the entire world, including India, sat locked inside their homes, petrified and in a confused state of mind what is going to happen to them. We saw that a lot of families actually got time together to feel, to once more actually strengthen their family bonds. We saw fathers reverse their gender roles and take up a lot of roles which usually mothers do at homes. So despite the fact that a lot of people suffered, it was a time of bonding, sharing, caring, and so on. Now, let's take the case of India. During the coronavirus pandemic, well, when the world looked up to a lot of the first world nations like America, the UK, China, and so on,
they did not give a very good response as we expected. But India rose to the occasion and showed that India showed a strong leadership in many factors. Like India helped in supplying the hydroxychloroquine, a drug which could help the COVID-19 crisis. And also, India started the vaccine Maitri program to actually supply vaccine to those countries which do not have the capacity to produce vaccines on their own. So India has actually shown great vaccine diplomacy, actually showing that it's not only the major countries who are able to develop that so-called leadership, but then even India has the power to do that. So actually, if we take the coronavirus, it's actually the coronavirus that helped the entire world show that India is actually capable of being a strong leader in the world. Through their vaccine diplomacy, it helped supply its indigenous vaccine to a lot of other countries, while many other countries like the UK and the US were actually producing twice the number of vaccines required and actually showing vaccine nationalism. So India has actually gained a favorable place in the world leadership. So coronavirus has actually helped us like that. So I would like to end my speech by saying this quote: when we learn how to become resilient, we learn how to embrace the beautifully broad spectrum of the human experience. We learn how to share, we learn how to care, and we learn how to strengthen our familial bonds deeply. Thank you.
May I start, ma'am? So I will begin. A very good afternoon to one and all. I'm Nishtha Bora from SREF Junior College, Ahmed Nagar,
Nista, please wait for a minute.
Maharashtra, to present my topic, which is disasters and crises. The Oxford Dictionary defines crisis as a time when difficult yet important decisions.
Just number 36. You can start now. Can you hear me? Nishrita? Nishta? Nishta, can you hear me? You can start now.
A very good afternoon to one and all. I'm Nishtha Bora from SREF Junior College, Ahmed Nagar, and today I am here to present my topic, which is crisis and disasters bring out the best in you. The Oxford Dictionary defines crisis as a time when difficult yet important decisions have to be made, and disasters can be explained as an event or a fact which leads to an unfortunate consequence. But are all the consequences of a disaster unfortunate? I don't really think so. Yes, disasters can be destructive. Yes, a crisis can be rough. And yes, failures can be demotivating. But these tough times test us, prepare us, shape us, and make us fit for fighting challenges. They give us a reason to fight back in our lives and motivate us to live our dreams. Currently, the entire world is facing a global pandemic. It is very unfortunate that some of us have lost our near and dear ones. The global economy is not in a very stable position, and our country's GDP has seen a fall of 9.4%. Countries have gone into lockdown. People have been locked in their houses, and access to public places, outings, and public services has been restricted. Thus, there is negativity and loneliness all around us. In these tough and times of weakness, it is very tempting to give up hope and blame others for the situation. But we all need to understand that there are thousands of doctors, nurses, cleaners, healthcare workers, bank workers, and other professionals who are working around the clock on our behalf. We also need to see that the pandemic has brought people together. People have portrayed empathy and solace in the time of crisis. India as a nation has also applauded and appreciated the work of its frontline workers by ringing bells, banging utensils, and clapping on 22nd March 2020. We also resolved to fight this pandemic, and every candle and lamp which burned on 5th of April is a symbol of our resolution. Thus, disasters and crises are parts of life. Everyone faces them. What makes us different is how we face them and how we overcome them. Many times, at many instances, the world will tell you that the battle is over. But we have to decide how to fight the battle. Either we can surrender to the situation or we can fight back and conquer the battlefield. In this case, the cliched saying that diamonds are prepared under great pressure holds true, and people like Nelson Mandela, Muniba Mazari, Anurima Sinha, and many others are living example of this saying. I don't really know a lot about time, but what I know for sure is that time changes. It changes every day, every hour, every minute, and every second. And with every change, it brings fresh hope and opportunities. All we have to do is grab those opportunities and work for them. So let us not be scared of disasters and crises, and let us allow these disasters to bring out the best in us. Thank you.
Chess number 27, Robin Summer.
The possibility of paradise is hovering on the cusp of coming into age, so much so that it requires powerful forces to keep such a paradise at bay. If paradise now arises in hell, it's because in the suspension of the usual order and the failure of more systems, we are set free to live and act another way. These are a few beautiful lines by Rebecca Solnit in her book, A Paradise Built in Hell, The Extraordinary Communities That Rise in Disaster. Good afternoon to each one of you, and exceedingly glad for this opportunity to talk about how disasters and crises bring out the best in us. Human beings have survived ice ages, famines, attacks from rival groups, predations from animals, infections, pandemics. And we did not do so because we were strong or fast. We did not foresee them, and we did not wait for the arrival of next disaster so that we can prove to the universe that we are extremely skilled and acute. An exceptional case would be Noah, who built the ark when it was not raining. But in general, we as a species survived because in the state of extreme calamities, we tend to be very resourceful and cooperative. And I personally believe that if it were not the case that disasters bring out the best in us, we would be here. What we imagine as overwhelming and terrifying while at leisure becomes something that we can cope with when we must, as there is no time for fear. Disasters doesn't sort us out by preferences. It drags us into emergencies that require we act. Act altruistically, bravely, and with initiative in order to survive and to save our loved ones, no matter how we vote or what we do for a living. Disaster movies and media to portray ordinary people as vicious and hysterical in the face of a crisis. But we know that's not reality. In reality, the positive emotions that arises out of those uncompromised crises demonstrate that social ties and meaningful work are exceedingly accepted and improvised and intensely rewarding. And that corroborates the denotation of the term crisis, a point of culmination, an instant when change is impending. Disaster resilience, which is our ability to absorb and recover from shocks whilst positively adapting and transforming their structures for living in a long-term uncertainty, is something that brings out the best in us, be it in the case of acting swiftly and self-denyingly, even for a stranger, or something as simple as deciding to try further, which we have witnessed firsthand during our Kerala floods. This is the best time to have spoken of it because the world is facing a global pandemic for over a year by now. The impact of COVID-19 on individuals and institutions is unparalleled in 100 years. It has unmistakably plunged us into crisis that is both existential and occupational nightmare, if not just disruption or derailment. But most of us have managed to overcome this crisis
by showcasing our buried talents and mastering various skills, which again vindicates that crisis brings out the best in us. It is fundamental to note that the merging of individuals and societal needs during a disaster is important so that it brings a feeling of belongingness and a sense of unity that is rarely achieved under other circumstances. A radical premise here is that for some people, everyday life is already a disaster of sorts, one from which the actual disaster liberates them as we bring out the best in ourselves during the latter. At this point, it is exceptionally tempting to ask, why, if you fed your neighbors during an earthquake or a famine or flood or a pandemic, did not do so before or after that? It is up to you to give it a thought. Thank you.
Just number 24, Ajit KB. You can start.
American novelist and short story writer Jack London wrote this after the great earthquake and fire of San Francisco in 1906. There was no hysteria, no disorder. Never in all San Francisco's history were her people so kind and courteous as on this night of terror. A very warm afternoon to one and all. I'm here to speak on the topic, disasters and crisis brings out the best in us. History tells us that the inherent goodness emerges strongly in times of crisis, be they wars, natural calamities, or pandemics. In circumstances of extreme crisis, such as disasters or pandemic, we hear moving accounts of people going out of their way to help others. One reason why crisis may lead to cooperative behavior is our profound need for social connection. Human beings are fundamentally social animals, and it is the protective nature of our social relationships that has allowed us species to thrive over the centuries. Decades of research shows that social connection is a fundamental human need linked to both psychological and physical health. Although there is a mentality that disasters provoke selfishness and brutal survival of the fittest competition, the reality is that people coping with the crisis are actually quite altruistic. That's what
Ajit,
we
your
see
audio is not.
Hello,
Yes, would you unplug your earphones and repeat the same what you have already presented? We couldn't hear you clearly. Your audio was not clear.
Okay, ma'am. Okay.
Try unplugging your earphones and please start over again. There was
Hello, ma'am.
a
Can you
little
please?
echo and yes.
1 minute, ma'am. 1 minute, ma'am. I'll switch off the fan. Hello, ma'am. Can you hear me now?
Yes, it's much better, I guess.
Okay, ma'am. Shall I begin?
Start. Yes, start over again, okay?
Okay, ma'am. Thank you. American novelist and short story writer Jack London wrote this after the great earthquake and fire of San Francisco in 1906. There was no hysteria, no disorder. Never in all San Francisco's history were her people so kind and courteous as on this night of terror. A very warm afternoon to one and all present here. I'm here to speak on the topic disasters and crisis brings out the best in us. History tells us that the inherent good in us emerges strongly in times of crisis, be they wars, natural calamities, or pandemics. In circumstances of extreme crisis, such as disasters or pandemic, we hear moving accounts of people going out of their way to help others. One reason why crisis may lead to cooperative behavior is our profound need for social connection. Human beings are fundamentally social animals, and it is the protective nature of our social relationships that has allowed our species to thrive over the centuries. Decades of research shows that social connection is a fundamental human need linked to both psychological, mental, and physical health. Although there is a mentality that disasters provoke selfishness and brutal survival of the fittest competition, the reality is that people coping with the crisis are actually quite altruistic. That's what we see in the history. 1906 earthquake in San Francisco, the 1917 harbor explosion in Halifax, the 1985 Mexico City earthquake, 9/11 in Manhattan, and 2004 Hurricane Katrina and New Orleans. The aftermath of all these disasters were times of great solidarity. When we look into the scenario of our nation, we could see that after the Uttarakhand cloudburst of 2013, Kashmir floods of 2014, and the recent Kerala floods, people from all over India have wholeheartedly contributed towards their operations. In fact, after every natural disaster since 2004, Indians have shown immense solidarity and generosity. The same is true after most major tsunamis or pandemics that took place across the world. Author Rebecca Solnit describes the surge in altruism during disasters in her book, A Paradise Built in Hell. She says the great majority of people are calm, resourceful, altruistic, or even beyond altruistic as they risk themselves for others. We improvise the conditions of survival beautifully. When we look into the current scenario, we could say that a crisis like COVID-19 pandemic reminds us to actively seek ways to apply our knowledge about leadership, problem solving, and to further improve. As people themselves are looking and longing for transparency, guidance, and proactivity, Corona gives each leader and each individual of every nation a chance to bring out the best in them, to help us all to realize our true potential. So I would strongly say that disasters tend to bring out the best in us. And from an evolutionary point of view, it almost has to be this way. Human beings survive ice ages, famines, attacks from rival groups, predation from animals, infections. And we didn't do it because we were so strong. We survived all this as a species because in the state of extreme calamity, we tend to be very much resourceful and cooperative. If it were the case that disaster brought out the worst in us, the human race wouldn't be here. And to look on to some of the particular examples from the lives of the legends, we could see Michael Jordan, considered by many the greatest basketball player of all time, was cut from varsity basketball team in his sophomore year. Viktor Frankl, who wrote Man's Search for Meaning, one of the 10 most influential books in the United States, was imprisoned at concentration camp by the Nazis. E.O. Wilson, two-time winner of the Pulitzer Prize for General Nonfiction and a New York Times bestseller, was blind in one eye. Through these examples, we could strongly say that it is out of crisis that humans rise. And when we look into the communitarian aspects, sociologists say in times of crisis, people rise up as liberated regardless of their differences, to act out of deep regard for one another. They improvise, coordinate, create new social ties, and pour themselves into work that has no personal gain other than a sense of meaning. This is a testament to the human spirit, as this disaster cracks us open to better selves. As Solid says, the possibility of paradise is already within us as a default setting. So with this, I would like to conclude by quoting to you that no one wants their blessedly ordinary lives wiped away by something unimaginably horrible. But it's good to know, as Sonnet says, who we are in a crisis gives us a glimpse of who else we ourselves may be and what else our society could become. And every moment of darkness, it seems, there are countless moments of light. Thank you.
Number 29. Chess number 29, Steve David. Chess number 29. Are you ready?
Am I audible?
Yes, you can start now.
Am I audible, ma'am?
Please wait for a minute. Even the 29.
Ma'am? Ma'am, shall I start? Let me take it.
Can you hear me? Steve, you can begin now.
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon to everyone. I'm Steve from St. George Arts and Science College. I'm studying BA English Literature. I'm pleased to share my views on a topic, disaster and crisis bring out the best in us. So at the outset, I wish to ask one thing. Do you agree that we are living in times of uncertainty? If so, only that uncertainty has brought natural disaster which is beyond our control. Yes, we struggle a lot. We cannot always control what happens to us. We should have the will and humility to learn compassion from the crisis. After the Uttarakhand cloudburst of 2013 and Kashmir floods of 2014, people from all over India had wholeheartedly contributed towards the relief operations there. In fact, every natural disaster since 2004 tsunami, Indians have shown immense solidarity and generosity. So, if there is one thing we learn from the crisis, is compassion. Human beings, we survived ice ages, famine, attacks from rival groups, predation from animals, and and also infections, etc. We survived because we are resilient, strong, and in the state of extreme calamity. And also we are resourceful and cooperative. It's easy to look around and say how the COVID-19 crisis and look down, unemployment protest, pleas for relief, and politically motivated lawsuits have brought out the worst in some people. But because of this quarantine, we have bonded with each other and supported each other. Millions of Chinese people are encouraging each other to stay strong using the expression "jiadu," so which means don't give up. In Siena and Naples, both on complete lockdown, people are singing together from the balconies of their homes. To the best of my belief, the worst situation bring out the best in people. I myself witnessed some small gestures of compassion within people in this pandemic. So in my community, drugstores bring out the groceries to people's home, uh, and also there is a group of volunteers who visit house of people over 65. So I think the best practice in COVID-19 are the practice of all. A crisis like this, which help us to bond with each other and also make us to learn what this life is really is. So, thank you to all for this for giving me this opportunity. So thank you.
Namida. Adding. Chess number 47, Namida.
47.
I hope I'm audible. Ma'am, am I audible?
Yes, you can begin now.
Okay, ma'am. When a 45-old infant was rescued from drowning by the soldiers of the 19 Madras Regiment, when the fishermen of our Kerala came together as a single unit and joined the forces of the rescue team, or when the inmates of the Kannur Central Jail donated their hard-earned savings to the Chief Minister's Disaster Relief Fund, or when people forgot about their differences of religion, caste, and creed, and opened their doors and helped everyone. We knew at that perfect moment that disasters and crises bring out the best in us. A very warm good afternoon to everyone present. I, Namita Ashokan, will be speaking on the topic that disasters and crises bring out the best in us. Starting from our generation until the beginning of the humankind, there were disasters all around. Human beings have survived the ice ages, the famines, the droughts, the earthquakes, the floods, not because we were really fast and strong. We survived all of this as one single species because during the state of extreme calamity, we tend to become highly resourceful and cooperative. It is easy to say, or very tempting to say, that human beings are very egoistical and selfish. But I have to tell you that when the Tin Towers was burned on 11th September 2001, the people actually patiently trudged along the flight of stairs. And as one of the survivors reminisces, people actually said that now you should go, or now you should be the one going now. So we can see that all these times people really help. When the Uttarakhand cloudburst happened in 2013 and 2014, the Kashmir floods, people from all over the India supported the victims, the survivors. We Keralites have very closely experienced the flood, the Nipah virus situation, the COVID situation, and we were able to come out from such a crisis because we believed in humanity, our compassion, our kindness, and the surge of solidarity. Since 1963, the disaster research team of University of Delaware has carried over 700 researchers on earthquakes and floods. Their on-site research reveals that all the people on that site really actually help each other and stay calm. Millions around the world during this pandemic have come together and are trying to make a difference every single day. Though we all are at different places away and social distancing, we are trying to be better. We are trying to be united. And I have to tell you that my fellow participants have been saying about various famous personalities like Martin Luther King, Abraham Lincoln, Malala Yousafzai. And but I have to say about this personality that Arunima Sinha, she was actually pushed from a moving train on 2011 by a group of robbers. As a result, her left leg was amputated and the right leg had rods in it with several injuries to her spinal cord. But then she survived it all and became the world's first female amputee to scale the Mount Everest, Mount Kilimanjaro, and the list goes on. My dear friends, I have to tell you that not just disasters, human beings as individuals themselves really strive and work hard in order to fight this path that is lying ahead of us. All these years, all these decades, we have seen such developments, and that is because we have seen the worst part and we're trying to look forward to the better of us. These times are really dark, and with kindness, we are able to do better things. That is because disasters and calamities and these atrocities can be fought. And we know that all these years we have been doing this, and together we can strive for a better world. I have to say that in this COVID situation, this pandemic situation, for every person who is being selfish, every hoarder, everyone who is buying boxes and boxes of sanitizers, there are equivalent number or more number, thousands of doctors, cleaners, medical servants, public servants who are making a difference. They're trying to help. And we are coming out, emerging stronger day by day. Our Kerala has seen that difference. Our India has seen our difference. And all through the world, we're trying to make it a better day. We see our lowest points become stronger, better. And that's what we have been doing through all these civilizations. And we'll keep on doing, because disasters and crises will bring out the best in us. Thank you so much. Okay. No?
Test number 33, Anita Sunil.
Yeah, am I audible?
Yes, you can present now.
Okay. How do we react when things don't go the way we assumed? How do we pick ourselves up every single time we fall? We have a mission to protect and hand over our legacy to the next generation without the imprints of defeat in it. And this is the sole reason why every time a crisis hits us, we go nothing short and start a revolution. A very good afternoon to respected judges, other members of staff, and my fellow participants. We are in the midst of an apocalypse, but that doesn't mean we stumble. We stay strong. Agony is not what we are called for. Action is the key, and action is what our call is. A crisis can generate an unprecedented fear in all of us. We're all afraid, but we have a revolutionary duty to fulfill, and that is why we set our fear aside and work. He who is not afraid is a superhero. Apparently, we're not superheroes. We belong to humankind, and that exactly is what our superpower is. We are humans, and we are capable of doing anything. As the famous saying goes, a bird sitting in the branch of a tree is not afraid of the branch breaking. It's not afraid of the branch breaking because its stress is not on the branch but on its own wings. This is clearly what drives us. Let the catastrophe be as detrimental as it can get. Let the trouble be as petrifying as it can get. We will and we have always found a way out. The way in which we have struggled and came forward as a nation is incredibly stellar. In every single way, the world was put to a hold when the outbreak of COVID-19 deceased thousands and lakhs of people, from the most economically sound countries to the third world nations who were just taking a leap. All of them stood equally stupefied before the virus. Global leaders were in a fix as they saw things growing into a mountain out of a molehill. They had no clue what to do. And we see that the life had seemed obscure. We had no idea what to do, but we see that it set a new pace for our life. We see how the world grew more receptive of ideas despite being unsure and apprehensive of what life had in store for us. And all of a sudden, there were no political goons instigating any communal riots. There were no miscreants, and the earth started to heal. This was yet another inception of our long-lost recalcitrance and prudence. It took us a global pandemic to revive our ration and reason. The way we've evolved is astonishingly beautiful. We've actually realized that it was indeed possible to spend billions on poor without red tapeism. We've unfurled the mystery of how recluse people found happiness. And we found that we started and we moved on from thinking that we were stuck at home to realizing that we were safe at home. This prescribed demeanor of finding fault with every single thing is ingrained in the human stratagem. But this disaster, this crisis, paved way and unleashed opportunities in finding, understanding, and realizing how the world nation, the systems, and the world governments work together tirelessly and efficaciously in making the catastrophe subside. The oppositions working hand in hand with governments, the youth risking their lives to reach out to the needy, people adhering to new protocols, the social media platforms booming into support systems from being a mere zone of entertainment, and obviously the unremitting determination of people all throughout the world. This is what we call determination, and this is what we stood for. We see that we hopped onto a new, healthier lifestyle, and this has caused a general decline in the healthcare spends in the world globally. And we cannot tend to ignore the fact that the technological advancement and boom in the technological the stores remained shut, the online marketplaces took over, and this is the ample proof that we as humankind is capable of generating alternatives for anything and everything. We diverted our focus to the essential workers, and we realized how healthcare workers and the essential wage workers were the actual unsung heroes part-times. Carbon emissions dipped to an unprecedented low, and surprisingly, the carbon footprint emissions in China were cut by a quarter. This is what we see. We've always stood unmoved and emerged victorious. The humongous population that we see today is the very result of our unflinching will. Ranging from the Spanish flu to plague to the Great Depression of 1929 to the financial crisis of 2007 to 2008, we've always stood unmoved and emerged victorious. We've always spearheaded battles against disasters. The street march strategies and the unflinching will have taken us a long way. We've been through this for long, but that doesn't mean we stumble. The days are extremely friggin', but that doesn't mean we've lost our endurance. Exhorting ourselves every time to fight, there lies our glory. The dark times will come, but will they be singing in the dark times? Yes, there will be singing in the dark times too, about the dark times. At the end of the day, fire is the test of the gold, and every single struggle that we go through, they only make us stronger, wiser, and humble. And just like how Neruda puts it, time may nip the flowers off, but it cannot stop the coming of spring. On that note, I conclude. Thank you.
Can I do it, ma'am?
Chess number 28, Shalini Maria.
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon, everybody. Can I present, ma'am?
Yes, you can start.
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Shalini Maria Kavin from St. George's Arts and Science College. Yeah, I'm going to talk about the disaster. The disaster is hence about, disaster brings the best in us. People who struggle with each and every problem in each and every country bring out the disaster. Disaster is meant about all the floods. The India has struggled a lot, and the people who suffered a lot. They have seen whatever situation, what problems they have tackled in that situation of the floods, tsunami. People have suffered, and they have come through. They have jumped over through the problems. Crisis. We have the consensus and dissensions. Consensus. We had problems like in Africa, in America. People had fairness trigger. They triggered the fairness. They've been attacked by many people because of the fairness. Fairness doesn't just triggers a people's mind or heart. It just sees your behavior, your boldness towards everyone. So just people took a tough situation in that time. They had many crises between many people. They had suffered a lot. They have been come through. There have been a lot of problems in their lives. Disasters has brought in olden days we had fighters, struggle fighters, and we had ice ages. We had farmers through fighting through many people. They struggle a lot. If that exists now in this early period, we not exist. We people doesn't exist here because of people in that time. They were very bold. They had a yearly number of people to fight and to threaten. But now, this period, people has these crises like floods, tsunami. They have been fought by them. They have been struggled by these types of things. They have been tackled in many ways, situations. So this guys just be this taught us the people to be the basic health. The basic health taught us in the flood without no food, people struggling in the road and everywhere with the water and the stinky water with the papers a lot. So just people understood the disaster and the crisis can be crossed through at any situation, that they can be bold, and they have been the cheering and boosting up themselves to come across in each and every situation and each and every problems. People can tackle each and every problems in their life with being bold, and will be the strongness in themselves, in their heart, in their mind. And this is about the disaster and the crisis can bring out best things in us. Disasters and crisis can bring the best thing of each and every people, women, or struggling in this world. So here ends my topic. Thank you.
Just number 31. Swarna L. Just number 31.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Okay, you can start.
Okay. A warm welcome and good afternoon to one and all present here. Today, I am going to talk about disasters and crises bring out the best in us. I am not going to talk about any other countries or states. I am going to talk about my own state and what I have witnessed and learned during this COVID-19 pandemic. I am going to share a few things related to this topic which happened in real. I always used to go to departmental store where we purchase groceries for our house. When we are parking our car, a little girl aged approximately 10 was standing in the car parking and asking for money. The departmental store was about to close, so we decided to help her when we come out after purchasing. Surprisingly, when we came out, the girl was not there. But there was a transgender who was asking for money. And my father gave 200 rupees to them. Immediately, they thanked us and ran to the right of the car parking. And we surprised that the little girl was sitting there. And the transgender gave the whole money to that girl and asked to eat something and stay at her home. I asked her, "You gave your money to whole money to the little girl and what you will do for your lunch?" She replied, "I know how to ask money to people, but that little girl was standing from morning in the full summer day without asking money from anyone. So I gave my money and I will earn for me to eat." Her words touched my heart very deeply, and again I gave 150 rupees to her. But again, adding surprise to me, she also gave that money to that little girl. This incident touched my heart very deeply, and I was thinking for every time when we purchased the groceries. This incident touched my heart very deeply. Like this, we had come across many incidents during this pandemic. Although the COVID-19 situation is like a thorn There are mesmerizing incidents where like a rose and gave courage to many people to come back in their lives. And I share another incident about traders who were working in that situation when we are sitting safely at our home. If they don't do their work and we won't eat fruits, vegetables, or essential commodities to eat. Not only traders, the doctors, they are the real time superheroes or superheroines dressed up like a white dress and saving many people's lives, taking their own life into risk. And a great salute to policemen, traders, doctors, nurses, and to all the COVID 19 warriors who had given their heart best for the society to overcome the novel coronavirus. Thank you.
32. Test number 32 is yes.
Yes, ma'am. Should I start, ma'am?
Yes.
A warm good afternoon to all who present here. Disaster shows us who we are and something inspiring about human nature too. Disaster and crisis bring out the best in us. This simple fact is confirmed by more solid evidence than almost any other scientific insight, but we often forget. Now, more than ever, in the middle of a pandemic, it's crucial to remember this. Storm cleanup near us is slow, and there is no word when power will be restored to thousands of homes. Problems in our are minuscule compared to states on the coast as well as hard-hit countries like Cuba and Haiti. And yet, everywhere there are crises, wonderful things are happening. People are freely sharing food, water, and electricity with each. They are cooking the last of the food from their freezers to offer their neighbors. They are donating their time to labor on behalf of those they have never met. The much money occupy movement mobilized their networks, getting thousands of volunteers to help out in neighborhoods well before more established organizations like the River Cross arrived and are still at work. This is who we really are. We humans are wired to live in interdependent network of people based on mutual support and compassion. 99% of humanity's time on Earth took place while livers as normally hunter-gatherers at time when we did not make war against each other. Anthropologists tell us that our species never would have survived without structuring one lives. The extraordinary communities arise in disaster. Disaster is often compounded by those who believe that human nature is selfish and cruel. In many cases, this is the drumbeat surrounded by the media and acted on by authorities. An analysis of disaster shows that official efforts to deal with disaster tend to focus on this aspect. People who are crisis gives us glimpses of who else we ourselves may be and what else our society would become. The media keep disaster in the forefront of our minds, TV, radio, on the front page of press, seem to revel in Leah's zest, whether natural man-made, because the public have morbid curiosity in it providing happens to other people. Disaster boosts TV ratings and sells newspapers. We observe the results of a civil war, a famine, an earthquake, a hurricane, an air crash. We tend to put ourselves in the position of the victims and wonder how we would react. In such situation, most people act instinctively, and what they do is more spontaneous than calculated. The spontaneity is usually the subconscious reflection of character, and because life for most of us lived on even year. How we have in emergency is largely predictable unless we have been previously conditioned to react in certain ways. The character governs our reaction to an emergency. Thank you, ma'am.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, test number 38, you can start now.
On the evening of December 10th, 1940, a massive explosion erupted in West Orange, New Jersey. Standing in front of his life's work turning into ashes, Edison's words to his son were unforgettable. "Get your mother and all her friends," he said. "They'll never see a fire like this again." Was there any other viable response? He could have wept, yelled in anger, or descended into depression. Edison's only response was, "I'll start all over again tomorrow. We will rebuild it better." A very good afternoon to all of you. I'm Serene George, here to share my thoughts on the topic, disasters and crises bring out the best in us. One could argue that great people might act in exceptional ways in the face of obstacles. But what response does it bring about in the layman humankind? The history of disaster has long demonstrated that humans are largely social animals, hungry for connection and eager for purpose and meaning as a community. A truly dire situation, as tragic as it might be, drags us into emergencies that require we act altruistically, bravely, and with initiative in order to survive to save our neighbors regardless of our differences. The surge in solidarity that disasters bring about is not imagined. Sociologists note that negative responses always pale in significance to the widespread altruism that leads to giving and sharing, leading to a reconsideration of human nature. When the Twin Towers burned, survivors remember uncanny rescue experiences as people would say, "No, no, you first." The present COVID situation and the late Kerala floods have obvious similarities as we witness a vast majority of people being inclined to stay calm and help each other. The news has been riddled with small but definite rise of hopeful voices. Money left in food packages, support to abused trans persons, selfless caregivers reveals the dawning awareness of dependence, the significance of community and solidarity. In an account of the Hurricane Katrina, a survivor writes, "Who are you? Who are we? In times of crisis, these are life and death questions. We survived because of people who set out in boats to find lost souls. In the wake of disasters and crises, people face their humanity. The image of panicking and self-centered savage human being is not the complete truth. What brings out this other side in us? Belief. Belief matters. Belief in the inherent goodness of human nature, faith in the brotherhood, and a willing heart to come together. It is in such connections that joy comes even amidst death and chaos. Horrible in itself, disaster is sometimes a door to the realm to building a better community. Charles Dickens' opening lines seem very appropriate today. It was the best of times, it was the worst of times. So I call to you, transform your fear into prudence, pain into transformation, mistakes into stepping stones, and desire into undertaking. And today, through the screen, I shall send you my song of hope to unite. It's time we come together. It's time to unlock the doors, break down the walls that's so tall, and be one in heart and mind. Thank you very much. Do stay safe.
Chess number 42, Aisha Siddiq.
Am I audible?
Yes, Aisha, you can start now.
Good afternoon, everyone. Respected panel of judges and my dear audience. I'm Aisha Siddiqui, proudly representing St. Anne's Degree College for Women, Hyderabad. I'm currently pursuing a BSc Life Sciences degree, and today I'm more than elated to be a part of this national level English elocution competition and to present some thoughts and views on the given topic, disasters and crisis bring out the best in you. It is so common that we hear these words disaster, crisis, and similar related terms nowadays. And because of this COVID-19 pandemic, we hear these more often. So what do these actually refer to? These are nothing but trials and tribulations that are targeted at man. But little do they know, man is not weak. History, as documented and through some personal life experiences, tells us that the inherent good and bad in us strongly emerges only during crisis, be it wars, pandemics, or even during natural calamities. And for some students, it can even be during exam times. So, do disasters and crises bring out the best in us? This statement is totally dependent on the individual. Man will always be the product of his thoughts. If you decide to raise your standards and fight through thick and thin against any adversity, then it will bring out the best in you. However, if due to your pessimistic thoughts, you decide to lose hope and you decide to just go with the flow, then that would simply mean that the adversity got the better of you. Everyone should have faith in God, and everyone should have faith in themselves. It is rightly said, your reaction in the face of adversity is what makes you more mature. And maturity breeds strength, strength of thought. Throughout history, we see that adversity brings forth goodness. There are some cases wherein people may behave badly or may behave in a bad manner, but those are just exceptions. In a way, bad times give us all the permission to be kinder and to submit our words to the greater good. This isn't something that is recent for us. It's not a recent phenomenon, and we've been seeing it for ages to come. Billy Graham, an American evangelist, he noted that comfort and prosperity have never enriched the world as much as adversity has. Countless studies show that overcoming adversities helps build resilience, makes us more stronger, and makes us more confident. It also instills a sense of kindness in us. Take an example of this very own COVID-19 pandemic, where we read of selflessness, of community support. We see from doctors to teachers, even gym instructors are taking out their time to keep us more motivated. And we hear of innumerable acts of generosity, people giving out their charities, people spending more time in NGOs, etc. The recent North Texas snowstorm also witnessed some people stepping up to help others in any way possible by providing warm clothes, by providing shelter, etc. It is only in times of adversity that we truly start to appreciate the little things in life and we start to be more grateful. It really is so beautiful to see the community uniting together throughout these difficult times. A wise man once said that cowards die many times before their death. However, the valiant face it only once. And this conviction of the brave and the courageous is beautifully seen or highlighted in a short lesson that we've been taught in school or in colleges, which is called We're Not Afraid to Die. It is a saga of bravery and courage. And what happens in the story is that the captain, along with his children, they set out on a very rough journey or a voyage, and they are hit by a very rough weather. However, in such circumstances, the captain is determined, and with his bravery and courage, he reaches his destination. And what is so awe-inspiring is the level of determination and courage his young daughter, showcases. Though deeply wounded and agonizing in pain, she does not utter a word to her father because she wants him to focus on preventing the ship from sinking. So even in the hardest of times, the captain did not give up his hope, and he utilized all his skills, whatever he possessed, to protect the ship from sinking. So the moral of this story is that in times of crisis, we make ourselves either miserable or we make ourselves strong. That depends on us. Crisis can actually be a unique way or a unique opportunity to open new paths for us. It is we who decide what we want to do, and it helps us become the people we are meant to be. So if I were to win the prize money today, I would like to distribute this among the poor, among the needy, the ones who have been affected by this pandemic, because we are the ones who are bestowed with all, with everything from God. But the ones who are in need are more in help. And so this is what God wants from us, and this is what we are meant to do. Thank you.
Chess number 30, Karishma Elizabeth. Chess number 30.
The relevance and significance of the topic, disasters and crisis bring the best of out of us in the backdrop of a few recent events and examples. The year 2020 tested the strength of our countries and the resilience of our communities. Though it was a year dominated by one of the worst crises of human history, we have witnessed how India becoming the pharmacy of the world. Though it takes many years to come up with a vaccine, the science community has been quite successful in coming up with a vaccine. And right from the beginning of the pandemic, we have been instrumental in mitigating the challenges of the pandemic by supplying medicines and generic drugs across the world. Also, the educational institutions in India took up the lead, and along with that, our IITs have come up with innovational technologies like drones for sanitization and cheap and effective test kits which are powered by artificial intelligence. Thus, we have witnessed how India taking up the global leadership during the times of the pandemic. Along with that, during the crisis or during the break of the novel coronavirus, we have witnessed how immediately and unprecedentedly a challenge has been confronted by our educational system. And this has, in fact, been potentially a kind of disruption to the education of a future generation. However, this crisis provided us the opportunity to think about how digital technologies can be used for the sake of learning and teaching. Hence, the very pandemic COVID-19 is in itself a best example to help us understand how disasters and crises bring about. I reference to the Kerala floods. We have witnessed the Kerala floods bringing the state almost to its knees. But we have also seen a particular flood brought out the examples of human rights and witnessed fishermen rushing with their boats, and bureaucrats, ministers, and people's representatives working shoulder to shoulder to mitigate the challenges which was posed by the floods. And it also helped to build a new Kerala, which is resilient to any kind of natural disasters in the future. Human resilience has always thrived during different crises it has confronted. An example for this is the city of Kobe, which is a Japanese city. In 1995, an earthquake has devastated the Japanese city of Kobe, but however, the local government was able to rebuild itself for found resources that it had from national government and the national leaders. So the city of Kobe stands as a perfect example of how human willpower has come to occupy the central stage during the times of a crisis. Now, we need to understand that crises and disasters are not just confined to countries and communities alone, but it can happen at an individual level also, and it can bring out the best in an individual as well. And the best example for this is India's Manasi Joshi, who is perhaps a 23-year-old, and she was just a 23-year-old in December 2011 when she met with a horrific road accident and she lost her left leg. But this could not damage the spirit of that young woman, and she decided to fight back. And today, she has featured on the cover of the Time magazine, and she is a para badminton world best cat. So all these events and examples that I have been trying to put, the one conclusion that I would like to draw from all these is the fact that disasters and crises are not completely crises. They have the potential to teach us many lessons, and they are often opportunities in disguise. Thank you. നീയല്ലേ പറഞ്ഞ സ്റ്റാർട്ട് ചെയ്യാം സ്ക്രീനിൽ പറഞ്ഞു
Chess number 39, Sona K.S.
Hello, ma'am. Ma'am, am I
You can
audible?
begin now. Yes, you can begin.
Good afternoon, everybody. It's been more than a year since COVID-19 has been around us, and amid this pandemic, I find this topic, crisis and disasters bring out the best in us, quite relevant. If you look back in history, we find that people who have left their mark in this world were the ones who were literally shaken by the incidents that happened in their life. The queen of all media, Oprah Winfrey, was molested at a young age and was a mother by the age of 40. But that didn't stop her from becoming the media mogul which she was now and the richest African American of the 28th century. Speaking of her reminds me of Maya Angelou, the American poet and the civil rights activist. She was raped at the tender age of 8. The murder of her assaulter left her as a virtual mute. She didn't speak for many years. But when she did, it reverberated across the world. And then there is Malala Yousafzai, a girl very much like us. She raised her voice and it was heard by everybody across the world. The Taliban shot her, but they didn't stop her. She came back stronger and much louder. The list has many other names like Robert Downey Jr., Muniba Bazari, etc. COVID-19 pandemic has taught us many things. Many changes have been brought in our life because of it. The one major thing that I believe in is the digital transformation of our life. The pace in which the digital transformation has happened, I'm sure it would not have happened in the manner as it is if a non-COVID scenario has to be. We students have gone digital only because of this scenario. Also, people are now looking at gadgets as not some sort of privilege, but as an aid to the teaching learning process. It has helped us, the COVID-19 pandemic times have helped us to spend quality time with our friends and family. Now, and it has also helped us to engage in activities that we really like. Many of my friends who were never into baking and all are looking at baking as a profession now. It has also given me an opportunity to explore my life. Now, gardening is an integral part of our life, and I am really proud of it. My state of Kerala is an epitome of survival state. For 2 consecutive years, it has seen floods, but we were able to cross the waters only because of our fishermen brothers. And now we are encountering our previous encounter with Nipah virus. It has come handy in our battle against COVID-19. I truly believe that each calamity brings with it many opportunities to reflect back on life and bring about changes. What's really important is not the problem, what our reaction to that problem. Let's not forget the fact that life is not about reaching the destination safe and sound. What's really important is our journey to that destination. And we must cherish the moments that we live in. And that's the lesson that I have learned from Maya Angelou. The journey is what enables us to lead forward when we come across hurdles. So I would like to conclude by saying that truly disasters and calamities can bring the best in us. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. We have officially come to the end of our eventful day, and now it is up to the jury to decide on the results. So we're going to give them they'll take up to a half an hour, and then we'll get back to you. So please stay tuned and wait for the results. Thank you. Good evening to one and all. We have come to the much awaited moment of today, the declaration of the results. And for this, I would like to welcome Ms. Maya Devi Chaliseri, member of our jury panel. She will be announcing the results and will be providing you with an overview of the entire program. Welcome, ma'am.
Hello, hello. Am I audible? Am I audible? I'm audible. A very pleasant evening to one and all. I sit here not only as one of the members of the judge panel, but as a very, very happy person who had the good fortune to listen to the voice of the youth of this country. It gives me great pleasure to be a part of this venture, and I must congratulate the organizers at the outset, St. Thomas's College Autonomous Pursuit, and of course, huge congratulations to each one of you for having prepared and presented so well. I am glad to see that there is an entire community of orators who are growing up and evolving in the community and in our nation. So huge congratulations to each one of you. I know you are all waiting for the results, but before that, I'll give you a little bit, I'll share a little bit about what oratory is and how you can transform into better speakers, all of you. Since we've transited onto the online platform, the one thing that I noticed is some of you were seated and some of you were standing, and it is a suggestion that it is best to stand during an elocution or speech competitions, because that's how it is usually delivered. You are to assume that you are on a stage, that you are performing. Oratory is also a skill, it is an art. And what you do as a public speaker is you perform. Your bodily gestures, your expressions, the way you use language are all very important. And therefore, be very particular about the way you maintain posture when you stand. Content is something that all of you can gather, and it's going to look a little similar as well, because where do we go for content? We go to the internet and we go to books. One more thing that you can add is your experiences. If you want to become a good orator, be very observant. Watch the world around you and collect experiences. That's going to make a huge difference. When you speak as an orator among a sea of public speakers, what is going to set you apart, what is going to make you different, is the fact that you have original content. And on behalf of the entire jury panel, I'd like to state that some of you had really good original content, and you'll understand when we read out the prize list. So that's something also. See to it that you don't limit your understanding to the information that is readily available on the internet as well. So these are some of the things. And of course, your eyes are very important. When you speak in front of a crowd, you can communicate a lot of information with the way you maintain eye contact. In the online platform, what you can do is look straight into the camera of your device so that the judges and the audience have a feeling that you are looking at them. I think this winds up a little bit of what we all had in mind. And of course, reading out of papers is not good oratorial skills, so watch out for that as well. So these are some of my humble suggestions, and on behalf of the entire jury panel. And once again, a word of congrats to all the participants, and it is my honor and with the permission of the other members of the jury panel, respected Professor E.D. Jones, sir, and respected Professor Jason, sir, hereby I declare the results of this National Elocution Competition, Centenary Memorial National Elocution Competition conducted by St. Thomas's College, Autonomous, Thrissur. I'll be reading it in reverse order. So the consolation prize winners come first. The consolation prizes are not arranged in order of their rank. So these are the 10 consolation prize winners. Chess numbers 3030, 3838, 4141, 3333, 4747, 1818, 3434, 1616, 04, and 3535. These are our 10 consolation awardees. Now to go into the winners of this year's elocution competition. Third place from among the many participants is chess number 2727. Second place is chess number 4040. And the mega prize winner, if I could use the word, is chess number 2424. Congratulations, prize winners, and to all the others, all the very best on this journey as public speakers. Thank you.